Ready to go. Welcome to today's regularly scheduled agenda meeting. Today is April 30th, 2026. We have 3 items on the agenda for today, 3 docketed items. I will first start with taking the roll of the commissioners. Commissioner Partridge.
Here.
Commissioner Hom.
Here.
Commissioner Tuma.
I am here.
And I, Joseph Sullivan, am also here. Let's start with our first matter for the day. Ms. McShane, if you would introduce it.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item 1 is...
I don't think your microphone is on.
Oh, it says it's on.
It is?
Is that better? Do I need to get closer?
Got to get closer because it's not picking me up.
Okay. Is that better? Okay. Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item 1 is docket number G008/M2538 in the matter of CenterPoint Energy's 2024 Annual Gas Affordability Program, or GAP report. The question before the Commissioners today is, should the Commission approve CenterPoint Energy's proposed GAP budget and surcharge modifications? I have no further remarks, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McShane. We're not planning for opening comments, so we will just go directly to questions. Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I do have a question for the company who is already on his way up here.
If Mr. Harsh would step forward. There he is. And if you could just introduce yourself for the record. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Trey Harsh on behalf of CenterPoint Energy.
Thank you. So first of all, I should say thank you to staff. Fantastic job on the briefing papers. Thank you to the department and the company for providing all the information. It looks like the program is going well. This increased budget seems to be well supported. My question to you, I think I know the answer, but I just wanted to confirm. I know that we expect for enrollment to sort of plateau off a bit now that the auto enrollment has taken effect for a couple years now. My question is, if for some reason there was an increase in enrollment over the course of 2026 and you theoretically surpass the $12 million budget, do you continue to allow for enrollment and just allow the tracker to go negative to adjust the next year, or do you cut the program off?
Mr. Harsh.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, we do not cut the program off. I think that was a decision made, I don't have the exact year, but there was a discussion in a prior GAP annual report docket where we stopped doing that. I think there was a waiting list that no longer exists for when the GAP program reaches that cap, and instead we continue to enroll customers and recover those costs in future years.
Great. Perfect. Good answer. I love it. All right. I have no further questions, and I am very happy with the answer I just got.
That's important. Commissioner Tuma.
My understanding, if we do decision 7, you are going to be off, and if the department is here, if they could come up, I want to get their thoughts on this real quick too. You'll be off the normal cycle of everybody else. That's not necessarily bad, okay? But from a annual filing, I think when I've been told everybody else is going to do it in June, you'll be doing it in April, which could be or may not be bad. That's a question I have for them. But first to you, Mr. Harsh, is that problematic for you in any sense?
Mr. Harsh.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I'm wondering if that might be a typo with decision option 7. The intent is for our annual reports to be due at the end of June. That's currently what we're working toward. So I think the idea with decision option 7 ultimately was to waive the compliance filing requirements for order paragraph 17 or 14 of the Commission's September 7, 2023 order. But there wasn't a request to change when the GAP reports are due. June, at the end of June, is still the goal.
Commissioner Partridge has a quick follow-up on that.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma. I have noted that when I make my motion, I plan to change that April 1 date to June 30th, which I maybe should have led with. And Mr. Harsh, is that June 30th, is that the date that you anticipated? And I should have said that probably up front or filed it, but I was just going to make that edit in my motion.
Yeah, that's good. And I just, with the department, I would assume they're satisfied with that, so.
Dr. Lieb, do you want to weigh in?
No.
You should first introduce yourself so we can note that no.
I'm Sydney Lieb for the Minnesota Department of Commerce. We have nothing to add to this discussion.
Thank you.
And that was
Commissioner
one
Partridge.
of your 5 questions for the day.
Better slow down.
Just kidding. I'm just teasing.
I know you are.
All right. Any additional questions? Is there a motion? Commissioner
Yes.
Partridge.
I have a motion. Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I move decision options 1, 2, 3, 4, and 7 with April 1 modified to read June 30th.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you, Ms. McShane. Thank you to the parties, and now we can move on to item number 2. Mr. Janasek, when you're ready, please introduce the matter.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item number 2 is docket numbers 25145, 25161, 25154, and 25163 involving Xcel Energy in the matter of the application for a certificate of need, site permit, route permit, and pipeline permit for the Lyon County Generation Station in Lyon County. The questions before the Commission are: should the Commission adopt the administrative law judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations? Should the Commission find that the environmental assessment and the record created at the public hearing adequately address the issues identified in the scoping decision? Should the Commission grant a certificate of need for the proposed project? Should the Commission grant a site, route, and/or pipeline permit? If granted, what, if any, additional conditions or requirements should be included in the certificate of need, site, route, or pipeline permit? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Janasek. If parties, we're not going to have opening statements, but we will move to Commissioner questions. And if parties who are here on behalf of this issue could come forward, and we'll quick introduce ourselves. I will start first with Xcel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Ian Dobson with Xcel Energy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Haley Waller-Pitts, Frederickson, and Byron, also on behalf of Xcel Energy.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sydney Lieb with the Minnesota Department of Commerce. I'm joined by Dr. Steve Rackow and Anne-Marie Curtin for technical and legal questions, respectively.
Mr. Cherney.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Joey Cherney with the Office of the Attorney General Residential Utilities Division.
All right. We'll move first to Commissioner questions. Commissioner questions. Commissioner Tuma.
I got 4 questions. Use them all up today, right away. Probably for Xcel because it's more of a planning question. I have a good friend who has a connection to Becker. Nice young kid. He started out as an intern for the Public Safety Committee years ago, and I knew his family from the Princeton area. And then he ended up becoming a state senator. Mr. Matthews had always had concerns, and I would be remiss without asking this question on his behalf. I think I know the answer from the record, but I think it's worth exploring, so at least I can tell them when I visit with them next time that I did explore this question. And that is why you're building it in Lyon County and not in Becker. I think the record is pretty clear on that, but I do want to hear for the discussion why you would build it at the end of the line and not in Becker, where they really do like these facilities. So
Madam Chair, Commissioner Tuma, or Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma, sorry. I think, there's a couple reasons. I think really the primary reason is that's, where the gas pipeline to fuel the plant runs through. So it is an easier connection there. Obviously, this also connects to the Minnesota Energy connection and facilitates all of the resources that we can sort of add along that line to interconnect into Becker.
I know this is two attorneys talking about this, but there's a thing called, is it called a synchronous something or another
Condenser.
doohickey that's going to be there that's pretty critical in keeping the power on this line at the right level so that it can feed Becker and be a balance to the Becker area. That's at least what I saw on the record, but again, this is two attorneys talking about synchronous thingies that probably shouldn't be.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Tuma. Haley will probably be able to talk a little more detailed about it, but I think the broad scope is we would need synchronous condensers on the line, and I think we may still need some in order to sort of manage the power flow from renewable energies. What the facility does and the way the facility will be designed and constructed will reduce the need for the amount of synchronous condensers that we will require. So there's some savings there by building this facility here.
And also, it's my understanding that even though we're building this here, it does not change then maybe the need for power or resources at the Becker area somewhere in the future. That'll be a future resource plan that we'll have conversations about. But at this stage, this is a critical piece of equipment that is needed on the line to make it work better, more efficiently, and keep our costs low. Is that my understanding? Is that correct assessment? If I say that to Mr. Senator Andrews, I'm not walking in a bad space, am I?
I agree with all of that. I mean, obviously, there's a number of other facilities that we have built and are building in Becker. So this is a critical part, but a piece of our overall plan to sort of reuse that interconnection at Becker. That's incredibly valuable for our customers, but also for the community.
The only questions I have on this topic, I don't know if there's.
I didn't have any questions on this, but I have a question or two. I don't know if you guys have questions. Good. Commissioner Partridge?
Well, now you put me on the spot because I
can ask mine if you
go
want.
ahead because I got to find this one.
I was going to go and just to Mr. Chesney in the Attorney General's office. In reviewing your comments and the briefing papers, I think of this as one of the more well-studied power plants in the state. Like, I think the need has been determined, through a number of, comes out of, for the better part of the last decade, several resource plans and whatnot. And I thought that your argument had some merit, but also was, I thought I was kind of maybe missing the forest through the trees a little bit. And that my sense is that, we have a statute that, indicates that joint review is possible by I keep wanting to call them by their old name, but the Office of Administrative Hearings, the OAH, but I just wanted to give you the opportunity to try to convince me again of why we should strike the discussion around certificate of need, from this. It feels like our practice has been to, if we refer it, we have joint review possible, they can pick up certificate of need. This is not something that's out of the blue. It's kind of past practice. But if you could just speak to that, I want to give you a last opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I'm hearing two different questions in there.
That's fine. Yeah, you are.
The first one is, or rather, you started with talking about the need, but it sounds like the question is really more about the procedural side of things, which is the ALJ report. So one way of putting it is, even if ALJs have been opining on this in the past, it's never too late to start following the rules of administrative law. So we feel very strongly that adherence to administrative law procedures, due process, are ratepayer goods, they're public goods, and they actually also make your lives easier. So it's not a question of the joint review, it's a question of jurisdiction. So the commission ordered the use of the informal process. And when you order the use of the informal process, what you're saying is that you're going to retain jurisdiction over the substance of the CN, and you're going to make your own findings, and you're asking the Court of Administrative Hearings to run the public hearings as to the CN. Now, the other things, and that's all under Chapter 1400, Minnesota Rules 1400. The site permit, route permit, that's 1405. And this is important because if the ALJ is making findings on the merits of the CN, but there was never any notice issued to actually review the merits of the CN at CAH, then the parties, namely us, but also anybody else, doesn't know that that's happening. And, you can see from the ALJ's pre-hearing order, which we didn't find out about until after it was already issued, that he had held a pre-hearing conference, that he was only contemplating Xcel filing testimony for the purposes of the alternate review process and the site permits and all that kind of stuff. There was no opportunity for anybody else to submit testimony and build out a record, which, to be clear, is fine, assuming that you're still going to exercise your expertise and review the record on the parts that you retain jurisdiction over. So if the ALJ was going to be opining on these things, there's a procedure for that. That's the contested case process. And there are very strict rules, and if the notice for a contested case process isn't issued, then the ALJ doesn't have jurisdiction. And that's different, actually, also. I think some of the confusion here is the difference between Rule 1400 and the parts under that and 1405. 1405, you can issue a notice, and the notice doesn't have to be exact as long as, there's sort of, the main points are there. You can proceed. Rule 1400, the contested case rule, if all of the important things in a notice or any notice isn't there, then CAH isn't supposed to be making findings. So this is both like a procedural thing in terms of the text of the rule, and then also the due process that, we agreed to the informal process on the understanding that you would be assessing the record and sending the public hearings over to CAH. If we had known that the ALJ was going to be making his own findings, we would have been involved there somehow. So this is, and I'll say again, so to connect it to what you originally started with, which was the need for the project, you can make any findings you want. You can word them however you want. You can make whatever number of findings you want. It's the issue is that if you say we're adopting the ALJ's findings, the ALJ wasn't supposed to be doing that, and it indicates that, you're sort of not clear about which process you're.
So you're saying that we could still move forward with the CN today?
Yeah.
Not adopt the ALJ's findings on the
Exactly.
certificate of need.
Don't adopt his findings. You make your own findings and conclusions. They can be whatever you want them to be. And then we would also strongly, strongly recommend that in future dockets, when you order the use of the informal process, the referral to CAH for that informal process. The order makes clear that you're ordering the use of the informal process with a citation to Commission Rule 7829.1200 rather than attaching the comments by reference, comments from a party by reference, so that the ALJ understands that that is also part of the order, because I think that was part of the confusion. And then the other thing is making clear that the CAH, what the purpose of the CAH referral is, because the way that the order was written had more general language that was, a full report on the public hearings, and the ALJs sometimes, I think, can get confused about what is under their jurisdiction and what isn't. So making clear, we're doing the informal process. We're referring the public hearings, the site permit, the route permit, those things to CAH. We're assessing the record under the informal process on the parts that we're going to use the informal process for. And that's going to clear things up and just make things easier for everyone, honestly.
Okay. Thank you. I'd be happy to hear from the other parties. Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. With respect to this issue, it's our position that the matter was appropriately, or that the Commission did appropriately request the ALJ to do a report and recommendation on not just the site and the route proceedings, but also the certificate of need. If you look at the completeness order the Commission issued, paragraph 2 requires joint processes for the certificate of need, the site and route, joint public hearings. A later paragraph in the completeness order then requests a full ALJ report with recommendations for the project's public hearing. I think anyone reading that order would, it's kind of plain on its face, right, that the ALJ report is requested for the entirety of the proceeding. With respect to the informal process versus the contested case process, the Commission used the standard process for the site and route permits here, right? There was no contested case in any of the permit proceedings, and the Commission regularly requests ALJ reports for informal processes and site and route permit processes. It processed these applications just like it has a number of other recent proceedings with an informal certificate of need and a related site or route proceeding. Northland Reliability Project, Minnesota Energy Connection, Appleton to Benson project most recently was a combined proceeding with a full ALJ report that covered both the certificate of need and the route permit proceeding. The other thing I would note, right, is that the pre-hearing order was filed in all of the dockets, right? The pre-hearing order covers both the certificate of need and the site and route dockets. It was filed in all of the dockets. Our proposed findings included findings on both the certificate of need, the site, the route permit dockets. I think the exceptions that were filed to the ALJ report were the first time that I guess I was aware there was confusion about the scope of the referral.
Can I respond to that? We
Sure.
actually, maybe, I don't know if you recall, we had a phone call after the issuance of the pre-hearing order where, I was saying, oh, this is confusing because it looks like the orders that we see for site and route permits. And I was, since you were at the pre-hearing conference, I was wondering what happened there. What's your understanding? And you had said your understanding is that the Commission was going to issue a notice of comment period under the informal process later on. So based on that, which is what they did.
I hope we're not going to get into a back and forth here. But, I mean,
Would you like me to respond?
I mean, no. Mr. Dobson, do you want to cut the Gordian knot here?
Mr. Chair, I have not been involved in these
I know,
particular
that's why
discussions, so no,
I just-
thanks.
Chair Sullivan.
Commissioner Partridge.
I think I agree. I don't think we need a back and forth, and I don't need to know, who called who at what point. And I know that you both have a lot of different cases and dockets you're working on. So I do want to say I appreciate, Mr. Attorney, you letting us know about the confusion. And I think internally, this is helpful feedback. We want it to be clear, and we may need to change our language or coordinate more with the OAH to make sure that the process is very clear. What I will tell you is that I did not just review the ALJ report, but I read your comments. And so I apologize for any confusion, but I did read your comments. I think we all did. And so I just think it's helpful feedback for us to, we can always try to be more clear. We always want every party, especially our state agencies, to be clear on our process. And so I can't say, I think Ms. Waller-Pitts has said this has been very common precedent. I will just say I don't know. But I think I talked with staff. I think we're all going to go back and see if there's any way that we can be more clear and make sure that there's no confusion in the future. Appreciate you bringing it to us and highlighting this issue. And I also appreciate your comments that you filed. And I will just say here that I've reviewed them and considered them outside of the ALJ report in their entirety.
Yeah, along that lines, there really is no substantive harm here. I don't think anybody's saying that.
Right.
And I think to ease your concern, Mr. Cherney, our council has flagged this for future review, and they've read through it, understood the arguments. I think are trying to come up with a path forward today, and they're also already noodling on how to improve this. And so they've done a wonderful job in trying to understand this. I feel I have enough information that I know I'm not in substantive jeopardy here, and that the future procedures will work themselves out. So
That cuts the knot for me. I'm good. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I think you had enough legal discussion, so we'll have some fun discussion. So this is about how to use the existing interconnection rights of your Shortco power plant you are about to retire, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hum, yes, this was part of that plan to reuse those rights.
So this power plant is avoiding MISO general queue process, which is bogged down, and we don't know when we can connect this generation unless we do this process to making sure that we are using this Minnesota connection line to use this power plant to interconnect to that interconnection site.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hum, I don't know that I'm fully following that, so
Yeah.
sorry.
you guys behind you are nodding yes. So
Then yes, we'll go with that.
That's why I say it's a fun question. So, but also one concern is, I think everybody's talking these days that turbine lead time is 5 years. So do you know whether you can meet MISO requirements to utilize existing interconnection right for retiring power plant along with this procurement of your turbine on this power plant?
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hum, my understanding is yes, we're confident we're able to do that. If Ms. Waller-Pitts or somebody else has more detail on that, they can certainly provide it.
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Thank you. The project is slated to be in service at the end of 2028. And as this proceeding has progressed, that has continued to be the schedule. Project is on schedule to be in service at the end of 2028 today.
So you had no concern with any supply chain issue, including turbine, potentially transformer, and all those things?
Mr. Dobson or Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Hum. I think if you have detailed questions about the supply chain, we'll need to bring one of the gentlemen in the back up. All right.
All right. And if you could just introduce yourself for the record.
Hi, Michael Asen for Xcel Energy.
So do you have any concern for the expected in-service date, along with, we have so many discussion about supply chain issue, including transformer, gas turbine, and all other things?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for the question. We have secured our contracts for those long lead items. So we have our combustion turbines, we have our transformers, high voltage equipment that has been procured and is on track for meeting our schedule.
And also you have a commitment from the labor side that they will supply the good labor to do this work.
Yes, we have been working with an EPC contractor for the project. We are waiting for final approval of the project to sign the full agreement, but we've been working with them under a limited notice to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Can I? I just wanted to ask a question about, what came to my mind is if you've got your supply chain secured, you've got labor secured, how does that affect pricing? Because one of the issues that the AG raises is that the price has gone up. But I hear you say, we've got contracts in place. I mean, I would think that that would be beneficial from the perspective of pricing.
Yes, thanks for the question, Chair Sullivan. It is a fair question. I think, as you know, this has been a long process for the 800 megawatt RFP that we turned in initial pricing and settled on the settlement agreement in 2024. So we did not have all of those contracts signed at those times. And as the project has progressed and we had seen indications that the project was potentially going forward, we started securing those. We've continued developing the project with our EPC contractor, which has allowed them to do a much more formalized estimating process to come up with the pricing that we have submitted in our testimony.
So the price exposure that you have is why we see the increase. If you weren't locking in contracts in 2022.
Correct.
For instance.
Yes, absolutely.
Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, along that's exactly what I wanted to understand. And it's not, so don't get nervous that we're questioning this. It is an understanding at this time. We're in a new era, okay? 5 years ago, this conversation would have been meaningless because we're at a flat growth level. No one was talking about data centers. Lead time on combustion turbines and transformers and all that was, a problem. More of it was a queue problem for renewables was what we were worrying about, and interconnecting with SPP and MISO. And so now we're having these conversations. I will be going to Albuquerque on Monday having these conversations, and one of the conversations we're having is going to be on, do we move our PRM, what you have to have online for your reserve, up 1 point, or do we stick with the lowly study that keeps it down 2 points, okay? And the cost of that and the lead time for getting turbines and all these are issues now that are all swirling. And so unfortunately, I'm asking you a bigger question, a bigger problem that may not necessarily be related to this docket, but it is because we're dealing with a gas turbine. And so I found it interesting that it was April 2025 we approved the settlement that you agreed to on your IRP that was filed in 2024. And so I was hearing 5-year lead times and all of that. And so I think it would have been prudent had you, early on start reserving one of these things. And so help me out in that reservation, okay? You might not have, quote, approval, but you might reserve it because there's going to be a lot of demand running for this turbine or this equipment. So give me just a snapshot of kind of when you were talking to the manufacturers about reserving some of this equipment that you didn't know where it was maybe going, okay, but you knew you're going to need it. And so just give us some context so I can, get my brain around how your world works, because now we're going to have to be making serious decisions and how fast we get you guys ramped up. So walk me through how you were thinking about this procurement, and don't be nervous that I'm going to say, oh my God, he ordered a turbine a year before we approved the IRP. So help me out.
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. It is a very fair question, and it is a big concern that we have for planning our projects and the timelines that we need to do it within. So we did reserve the units for this project. I believe it was November of 2024, so shortly after discussions on the settlement agreement. That did not lock in our final pricing for those turbines. It granted
Put you
us,
in the queue to start
it
buying.
granted us a manufacturing slot for those units and a guaranteed delivery date. So in that time in between, we had a lot of negotiations on the specifications and, final specifications for that unit.
So for you, without having to worry about the MISO queue in this project, you were in November of 2024 lining something up that you hope to, well, you plan on being in service in December of 2028. So we're talking a 4-year lead time.
Correct.
And then help me out with that. I'll call it a queue. I don't know what you call it. You call it, manufacturer slot. Okay. Is that something you own? Let's say you decide, hey, we're going to do this, and all of a sudden now the world has changed. Okay. I don't need to build that particular unit here. I have a different plan now. Is that something you can sell or transfer? Like I sublease my rental unit or whatever. Is that something that you kind of own, or if you're not going to use it, does it just disappear?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I can't speak to every manufacturer. However, we're working with GE Vernova in this instance, and they are not allowing the sale of any of those slots. So if we are making that commitment, we risk losing that reservation payment unless we can defer that to another project within the Xcel fleet.
So they have, no, I was just interested. So they have that, it's so much of a seller's market that they can just completely dictate terms.
Yes.
And I guess to that point too, and I'm trying to understand what percent of, just get a ballpark. What percent of the cost of that turbine is that reservation?
Just doing the mental math in my head, somewhere between 5 and 10%.
And then, say you do have change of plans, and you're not going to use that turbine. Would you or could you have it delivered? In other words, have it delivered and resell, or is there ways that they work their contract that they must actually drive it to the place where it's going to be installed? In other words, I know I'm not going to use it, and I find out that Otter Tail now needs one. I go work out a deal with Otter Tail saying, I got this turbine coming. It was going to be shipped to Garvin, Minnesota, but I know that you're going to want to put it up in Bemidji. Can we cut a deal? And I'll make sure my thing that was going to get delivered to Garvin now gets shipped up to Bemidji. Is that happening, or is it just we just let them go? I'm just trying to understand what's happening in the industry.
Yes, and thanks for the question. Theoretically, I believe yes. If we take delivery and we are paying for that equipment, there could be the potential to do that.
Now, though, is that common, or is that you see that becoming more common in this constrained environment, this seller's market?
I personally have not seen that. But yes, my understanding, hearing there's a big gray market for equipment, particularly with data centers, and everybody's trying to get equipment as fast as they can. Now, there are complications with finding the right equipment with the right specifications for the geographical location that's going to go in.
This is not like a starter for my Ford GM 350 engine. These are very technical things that you're building for a specific purpose at that place.
Correct.
That was very helpful. Thank you for the diversion into trying to understand what's going on in this new world.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. That was very interesting, and I'm envisioning a Craigslist for turbine parts at this point. But I want to wrap us up if everybody is on the same page, and I have one question, and then I am ready. But
I have two questions.
can't wrap you up, but I'll just go with it.
Commissioner Partridge.
One question. This is to the company. A couple weeks ago, Lyon County requested an additional permit condition around drainage. Do you have any concerns about that?
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, no concerns from the company on the drainage conditions. The project team has been working closely with personnel from Lyon County on that and other issues, and will continue to do so.
Awesome. Good answer again. We're on a roll.
I think we'll get good answers all the way around here, so, but I would be remiss not to ask him. Obviously, you know, I went and looked at the record a little closer, what the landowners in the neighborhood were concerned about. The neighbor to the south, most impacted, has two impacts that he raised that I just want to make sure we're covered and we're doing our due diligence. One was water, okay, and if I read and understand the way our permit is designed, at permit special conditions 4.3.2, you are required to get all the permits that you necessarily need. And if you were to get water over 10,000 gallons per day, you have to get a permit from the DNR, and you might also have to get something from health. Okay, and so my first question to you, are you going to be needing a permit from DNR? And then just confirm whether you're, what the process is as far as where you're at that.
Ms. Waller-Pitts.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, don't think we have the final design yet to understand whether a permit from DNR would be required, but certainly if one is required, the company would go through that process to get that before it's needed.
And this facility needs water, and there's no river there. There's a gas pipeline there. If it needs water, is it going to be water that you're going to get from a well?
Commissioner Tuma, the primary water source would have been the evaporative cooling system, and that is no longer part of the project design. So there actually isn't a major need for significant water usage at the facility. If there's a toilet or something, I believe that would be a well.
Sure. Regarding the water, yes, any water will come from a well. The primary use of the water is going to be for fire protection at the site. So anytime the fire protection system gets discharged, we will be refilling the tank for that use. The rest of the water use would be for service water, washing equipment, very periodic uses. So no process need for water at the site.
Early on, the concern of the landowner to the south worry about depleting of the aquifer there is probably not going to be a concern. And even if it was a concern, you got to get a permit for withdrawal from the DNR.
Yes, and as Ms. Waller-Pitts had mentioned, we have removed the option of an evaporative condenser, which would have been the only process user of water at the site.
Noise, any concern with the decision option that I put forward?
No, Commissioner Tuma, the company filed a sound study with the application, as you probably know, and that study used kind of the maximum loading, was a conservative analysis, and showed compliance with the state noise requirements at the residence. But the company has no objection to the condition.
And I just point out the reason I'm doing it, even though I would agree with you that's the case. When you look at it, it is very close. If this was a wind farm, we wouldn't have allowed it, because we always add 2 decibels to the manufacturer listing, and we also take away 3 decibels for the sound, and that would have put this house basically in the no-go zone for a wind turbine. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I'm not convinced that it's going to be, because you used a ground factor that is pretty low, lower than what you do for a wind farm. You take trees out of it, so there's no trees in the study, and this residence, as most residents do, has a pretty robust windrow to the north that's between him and the turbines. He actually has 7 layers of trees there with a very beautiful windrow. And so I don't think it's going to be a problem, but we all know that models are models and reality is reality. And the model on this one is, I mean, literally it's right next to the back door of his house, where it would be above 50. So I think it's worthwhile to do it, and just the problem there would be, it's better to us know it up front and deal with it as by building a small sound wall strategically placed, as opposed to having him go out and complain and we got to go through a whole process. And so let's just deal with it up front, work with that landowner, make sure that you're letting him know that you're checking the sound for him, And I don't think the mitigation is going to be all that complicated if we have to do it. We certainly don't want the turbines to not run on a cold day in January. When we need warmth in the system, we need that thing to kick on and run. And so we want to find a way to do it because it'll probably be not a windy day, and he'll be hearing it in his bedroom as he's tucking in for night. And I want to tuck in to bed that night knowing that power is going to come on in our area, and so we need that. But let's work with this landowner because he shouldn't have to pay a more significant burden, so I can tuck into my bed and not hear a turbine. So now I'm done. Hopefully you're okay with my decision option, Ms. Partridge, Commissioner Partridge.
Of course. I just want everybody to tuck into bed
Yes.
when they want.
That's awesome.
Amen to that.
All right, Commissioner Tuma, I'm happy to make the motion and move your decision 10A, unless you want to make it. Okay.
I didn't know you were making the motion. I think Commissioner Partridge.
Or
My apologies.
I think I was planning on it, but.
I missed that.
So here's what I will do. I will move decision options 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. I am going to move 6E as well to amend the ordering paragraph in 1B of the April 21st, 2025 order in docket number 2467. And I think that takes care of decision, well, I'm going to move that, 6E. Then I move decision options 7, 8, 9, 10, Tuma's new 10A, and 11. Happy to answer any questions. Commissioner Partridge.
Okay, first question is, did you include the staff revised decision options? Did I miss that?
I believe I
3.
did.
Okay, 3E through H, sorry about,
I think you skipped 3.
yeah.
Oh.
The staff revised.
I meant to do it, sorry.
Okay, so then friendly amendment would be staff new 3E through H, is that
Perfect.
fair?
Yep.
And then my other, and I'm sorry, I should have caught this. Another question I had is on 6E, where we're adding reductions. I think I might be the only one that read it this way, but to me, it read that if we're asking Xcel to demonstrate that reductions in the cost were caused by outside events outside of their control, are we saying that they get to keep those? Like, why are we doing that? What is the purpose of the reductions, I guess? Because to me, I don't want to give you, if you can reduce the cost, good, but ratepayers should benefit. I don't think you guys should get to keep it. I'm sure that wasn't the intent, but I don't understand why we'd add that.
Mr. Dobson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Partridge, I agree. I actually think that we probably caused a little confusion early on. I think that if you did nothing on 6, that would be as clean as it could be. We've now we're now under a soft cap. So to the extent that under the Commission's previous order, obviously, if we go over, we've got a process that you established for us demonstrating that. If we fall under that cap for whatever reason, we don't recover up to the cap. It's not bi-directional. So I agree with where you're coming from.
Okay.
This was a tool we used for hard caps when we came up with them before. So if we do a hard cap,
Okay.
It was an encouragement for them to be below, and so
Got
we
it.
get to keep it then. But this is a soft cap, so you're right. That's a good catch. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chesney, would you like to weigh in on this? I know you had extensive comments on it.
So just to correct you, it's Cherney.
Oh, Cherney, sorry, Mr. Cherney.
Country singer.
That's
I think he has got a good singing voice.
Not today. I have a cold, but we'll go to karaoke sometime. They do it at the Grand now on Wednesdays. If you hadn't heard. But so, which were you saying specifically about?
Oh, it was referring to
copper,
6E.
6E. So, I think the way that I understand that is Well, I guess I don't quite understand why the reductions part is added, because the cost recovery is just, they come in and they're supposed to prove their costs, and then that's what's supposed to be recovered. So I don't quite get what the reductions part, what the intent of that is.
My sense is that this is confusing to the parties, so I'm just going to remove 6. And then I do think, I think this is an effort to reiterate around the soft cap. And if everybody is I'm clear that there's a soft cap in place because of the previous order. So I'm good, and I'm sure that our order will reflect that. Maybe it doesn't need to reflect that the soft cap is still in place, but everybody recognizes that it is. So I will remove 6 from my motion, and just reiterating then, I will move decision options 1, 2, 3, E through H, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, Tuma New 10A, and 11. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you to staff and the parties. We are going to take a 10-minute break to collect ourselves for the main event.
Get frustrated. Don't get frustrated. This is going to take a little time, Joe. Deep breath. Deep breath.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I will let Mr. Lobby introduce the matter, and then right after you introduce the matter, I'm just going to have a quick little comment about how I want the next how the next hour or so to go. So, Mr. Lobby.
Morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Item number 3 is docket number E017 ET10/TL-23-160 in the matter of the application for a route permit for the Big Stone South to Alexandria 345 kV transmission line project in west central Minnesota. Questions before the Commission are: should the Commission adopt the Administrative Law Judge's findings of fact, conclusions of law, and recommendations? Should the Commission determine that the environmental impact statement is adequate? And should the Commission grant a route permit for the Big Stone South to Alexandria 345 kV transmission line? A member of the public, Marlo Kleppel, filed multiple late comments into the docket on April 27th and 28th. Commissioner Tuma filed new and revised decision options on Thursday, April 23rd, and corresponding final maps were filed on Tuesday, April 28th. Commissioners have received these documents, and printed copies of the new decisions options are available on the back table at the back of the room, and the maps will be displayed for reference during the meeting. I have no further remarks, but I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lobby. So what I would like to do, first of all, is I'm hoping that we can be done by 3. I would like to take a 30-minute break for lunch, hopefully at around 12 o'clock. And my plan is that we take regular breaks. And those will be kind of game time decisions when we take those regular breaks, but I would like to do that because it could get to be pretty long, and
Hopefully not.
hopefully not, but I would like folks online, if you're here for this, if you could just turn your cameras on, that way I know where that you're interested in this matter. And then if for anybody who's planning to or could be asked to testify, if you could come forward and just get up to the front, and then we can introduce you and just get that introductions out of the way. So I see one person online. Anybody else in the room going to, or is it just you guys? All right. You're organized. So I will start with the applicant. Ms. Brusman.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Christy Brusman, appearing on behalf of the applicants, Otter Tail Power Company and Western Minnesota Municipal Power Agency through its agent, Missouri River Energy Services. And I am joined today by Jason Wires, the Senior Manager of Transmission Policy and Contracts. And in the room, we have a number of other folks to phone a friend if needed.
Okay. Mr. Wires.
Thanks, Chair Sullivan and Commissioners. Jason Wires with Otter Tail Power Company.
Ms. Ness.
Jenna Ness, Public Utilities Commission, Environmental Review Staff, Project Manager on this project.
Right. And then to folks online, if you have your cameras on, if you could just, I will start first with Mr. Wolf. You're mute.
Good morning. Yeah. Good morning, Chair. Terry Wolf, Missouri River Energy Services.
Thank you. All right. And I'll just call on to the person who has the mural in the background there, or what looks like a map or something that's kind of.
Good morning, Chair Sullivan, Commissioners. This is Stacy Kochegstead for MnDOT.
Nice to see you. To the woman with the blue sweater.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Joanne Thompson, Otter Tail Power Company.
Thank you. And then to the gentleman with the suit coat. You can just introduce yourself for the record.
You're muted.
You're on mute. You're on mute. And you're still on mute. Okay.
The WebEx system is fighting me this morning.
Okay.
Art Burnett, appearing on behalf of intervener Troy Schmidtke.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now, we are not going to have opening statements, but we will, so we'll move directly to commissioner questions. I'm just going to start kind of by level setting. And, you know, this is an extensive, voluminous record. This is one of the Tranche 1 LRTP projects. It's actually, I think this will be the final one permitted by the state. I just wanted to say, Commissioner Tuma, you have extensive decision options that you've brought in, and I always appreciate the care that you bring to these discussions. So I just want to, first of all, state, like, I appreciate how much time and effort you put into this. I also appreciate that we have to make these decisions because, you know, these are projects that span counties, hundreds of miles, that we can't do it in an ad hoc way. I'm not saying that it's ad hoc, but we can't do it in an ad hoc way, and that we have a process. And that process is critically important because it ensures that if we're collectively going to spend hundreds of millions, potentially billions of dollars, that we put all of our brains together and we address the problem collectively, and that ultimately it might not make the pill easier for somebody to swallow, but if somebody is going to be dispossessed of their property, they can go back and see that this was a part of a process, that there was a need determination that was made, that things were thoughtfully considered as in terms of like the route permit and the environmental impact statement. So I just want to say, like, that's the way that I'm approaching this. I always appreciate what you bring to it, but I was a little surprised when I saw 60 pages of maps. And I'm going to give you the opportunity, you know, to speak to that. But I just wanted to say that that was a kind of a little bit of a shock for me. Like, oh, I see what we've got here, you know, that the process delivers, that all of us, you know, that collectively has come to us. And then I see the maps. And I've worked through that. I've kind of I understand, I think, fundamentally where you're going, but I'm hoping that we could just drive down to the key issues and not I don't want to be here till 11 o'clock. So I just wanted to level set by kind of putting that out there first. And
that's very good, because I was going to level set too. I mean, I think it's extremely important that we understand what's in front of us. There was some confusion as far as how the maps were brought to us. It was actually a little challenging. Thank you, Mr. Weir. Things became clear when I read your direct testimony. And so if you're going to, you know, be following along today, I didn't want to throw any more paper out, but you guys are more technologically advanced than I will be referring to Weir Direct quite a bit and to his Schedule B. So as you think about that, if you got your computers, you want to have that up. You want to have the order from the ALJ up. You want to have the wonderful work that Ms. Ness has done with the FEIS. It was great. It clarified a lot of things for me as I was going through and looking at some of these anomalies in the maps, but I want to make sure we get those clarified. And so I'm going to take just a little time up front just to clarify how we got kind of where we are. As far as the decision options, my apologies, there really
so
were...
Can I just add one? I don't want to cut you off too much, but like, I just wanted to clarify. So, because we can't talk, I can't ask you this beforehand,
right.
But we're talking about nips and tucks. We're not talking about major surgery.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
That's exactly right. And I think there's been a confusion around trying to make sure the nip and tucks are dealt with the same way that we deal with the big questions. And I want to go through and make sure that we level set on that, because I think it's extremely important for this docket so that we are level setted. We also will talk a little bit by the IR responses from 417 that you provided. Was extremely helpful. That was try to narrow things down so that we can stay focused. The last point I was trying to make was that My decision option, though it looks like it's my decision option, really isn't. There's really only about 4 things in there that I'm seeing. It was an attempt to walk through the whole thing from South Dakota to the Alexandria substation, including some of the suggestions Ms. Nesses had made, several suggestions landowners have made, and, you know, tried to tie in some of the things that kind of were missed in the process, kind of got a little confusing. The Solvay Slough, we'll talk about that a little bit. And so it was just to make sure that we're doing this correctly. But before we get to that, I think you touched on this, and we shouldn't miss this part of this discussion, in that this did not have a need determination. A lot of times we do need, and it had a need. Don't panic. This process we have right here today, what went in front of the public didn't have the need. We already did that beforehand, and need was determined. And I think for the public, there was some kind of convoluted conversations because we're trying to focus on the permit, and there was a lot of people in the record trying to talk about the need. And I don't think we should just wash over that because this really is important. This was something that was done for reliability. I think there was this sense that we're just building this so we can send power to the Twin Cities or, you know, wherever, you know. And the reality, this was a reliability one. Not only is it for reliability, this about $4 million project, okay, is going to bring benefits to this area, about $2.1 billion and over 20 years. So there's a lot of significance to why we need to do this. It's frustrating to have to go and tell people we're taking your property and they think they're sending it to the Twin Cities. In reality, if your Big Stone plant goes down in the middle of winter and it's 20 below, okay, what's going to be keeping the lights on in Ortonville? It could be this line. More than likely, it's going to be this line, okay? It's going to keep the lights on in Ortonville and Morris and Hancock and all those communities. Lowry, we're going to talk about Lowry. It's a very difficult, as I call them, pinch points that we want to work through. That doesn't mean we should just walk over those pinch points. We do want to do the nip and tucks because this is a good opportunity for us to do that nip and tuck. But I didn't want to just gloss over the fact that this is really a big deal. This is an important need. It's the last one of these important lines, so we have to do it. It's not easy. We don't like to have to take people's property. Okay, that's not what we're trying to do. Mr. Weirs and his team don't like to do that. So my goal with the nips and tucks are to give you the tools to work with those landowners who've been fighting it for all this time. Put it over here, and all of a sudden they realize it's going to be on their property. And so it's nice to give you the tools to kind of work with them to find a better route. And so all of my suggestions I'm going to have are mitigations directly the result of comments made in the record by the public. Not a single one of them is John Tuma walking out there and saying, oh, here's this little bird, I don't want to offend it, you know, and move it over. It is driven by comments. And so that's what I'm doing, trying to take those seriously. I think it's important, though. Yeah, I am. Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, that's good idea. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. I have a logistics question, and this is for you, Commissioner Tuma. So I went through all of your maps, and I used the interactive map, and I'm going to just show my homework that I looked up every single one, and that's the map I was using. You just referred to Schedule B, so tell me what I should work off of so that I can follow you best. Schedule B?
No, you should work off of the maps that sampled together, yes.
These are my maps. I put these together. So, but they are the same as your maps, right?
Effectively, they are the same, and I can display the maps too.
Got it. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm following you, and I want to say, like Commissioner or Chair Sullivan said, I appreciate all of the work that you put into this, and I went through each and every one of them and dug into the record and dug into the maps, and so I am ready to go through them with you. I just wanted to make sure that I know what I'm looking at to best follow you.
And before we get to actually working from South Dakota to Alexandria, I do want to make sure we are very clear, Ms. Brusman, on alignment and some of the route width expansions and narrowings that you applied. What was challenging...
Are you going questions right now? Oh, Commissioner Hom.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Commissioner Hom. My apologies.
Commissioner Hom.
I didn't see you.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So yeah, I think this is not a need issue, but I think I have to mention something in grand scheme because I was attending multiple public hearing last few weeks, and I think the public is not fully aware of the situation in Minnesota. So I would like to make some statement here. Whether people know or not, Minnesota is importing electricity from outside Minnesota. As of today, last several decades, we are energy importer. Not just gasoline or natural gas, we are importing a lot of electricity. I think a transmission line was used to import those electricity in different way, but MISO market comes in fruition in 2002 and 2005-ish. It becomes more efficient. That means we can bring down ratepayers' rates using this transmission line. We used to use it to provide reliable service, so we had to use this transmission line to import this electricity. During this MISO developing all those planning, it is not MISO's job to address Minnesota need. All our utility got into this discussion, and they provide all this information to MISO. MISO, you shall listen to us and plan for us. So even though we are mentioning a lot of MISO planning in many different meetings, it is not MISO's planning per se. It is Minnesota's planning for Minnesota utility. Minnesota utility saw their projection for next 10, 20 years, and then they asked MISO include those information in their grand scheme of planning, because which deliver efficient means less number of transmission line, or costly is a cheaper transmission line system for MISO-wide. So this transmission line is not for MISO per se, it is for Minnesota. This is to help Minnesota for reliability, as Commissioner Tuma said, and also at time we are using this transmission line to import cheaper energy or export this energy to make revenue so our rates can go down. This transmission line is affordability tool. Without selling this excess capacity, we have to cut down all this energy. That means we are losing them money. So while I was attending several of these meetings, I think a lot of concern from the rural Minnesota is that this is for either Twin City or for greater MISO. No, this is for every town of the Minnesota in two reasons. One is for the reliability, and the other one is for the affordability. I think that has to be addressed every time we are discussing this issue, because there is a lot of concern. There's a legitimate concern by the rural Minnesota that this is for somebody else. No, this is for everybody in Minnesota.
Thank you for making that point, Commissioner Hom. I think it's really critical. The points that you raised there, that these lines are for Minnesota, and the costs are shared to the entire footprint, because even though they're for Minnesota, they also benefit North Dakota, South Dakota, Wisconsin, Michigan. It's like the highway system, but we fundamentally benefit from them. So I thank you for making that point. Commissioner Tuma.
Yeah, and thank you. And just so people know who may be listening, that Commissioner Hom has been looking into these questions about cost and reliability for these large facilities for decades now, and so he is one of the eminent experts in that field, and so that's important to hear. And that's exactly what I wanted. I think we cannot lose sight of the need as we slog through this.
Commissioner Toomey, you had mentioned that you're going to be referring to Mr. Wires' testimony, and okay.
Yeah, it was I think filed, if I remember correctly, in April of. So if you're looking for it in the.
Okay.
Looking for his direct, it was filed in August.
August. Yep.
August 15th.
Just to start with, and this led to the question about the Sulvey Slough, okay, that I asked you, because I was a little confused, and it's important right off the get-go to know that the most important thing we do today is to draw the alignment, that line that goes through there. And then second is to set the parameters of the route width, okay? And the nip and tucks are important that we're going to do later. I find them valuable. You know, I do my pinch point analysis, but I want to make sure I got the big picture correct and right. And it's going to, a few questions for Ms. Ness. I think everything looks really, really good. Generally, I absolutely, totally agree that on an apples-to-apples comparison, the applicant's preferred route is by far the best route through this area, minus a few minor adjustments that we'll talk about. But when you look at the big picture, it definitely is the best route. I was looking at the page 47, 48, and 49 of the FEIS, and it had a table, and the table you referred to when we talked about Solvay Slough, and it's kind of a cryptic table. I struggled with that at first, trying to understand it. Your testimony in the direct laid out the argument for why you wanted the expanded route width at Solvay Slough. And so at Solvay Slough, the applicant in the application asked for additional about 5,000 feet to the east and to the south in that area. I would guess, Mr. Weirs, to try to accommodate the small little airstrip that is on the north side of the route, and then trying to find maybe a better route that works with the landowners. Is that my understanding is correct?
Mr. Weirs.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma. That is correct.
And so when I looked at the excellent report, but this is where it got a little confusing. It's not your fault, but I mean, Ms. Ness, but it referred to map 6 in your FEIS. And when you go to map 6, Solvay Slough wasn't there. And so that's why I asked the question, you know, are you still wanting it? Is that my understanding? And that led me back to the ALJ report, and the ALJ refers back to that, but also refers to the application, where I think it's in appendix, the appendixes of the application lays out very clearly the route widths, expansions, and the route narrowings to avoid some wetland areas, about a handful of them, along the final route that you're suggesting. Is that a fair assessment?
Mr. Weirs.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, yes, that is correct.
And so the ALJ then said in the findings, at finding 681, that the record demonstrates the applicant's preferred route is consistent with the Commission's routing standards, best balances, minimizes, The route, the other route alternatives don't. And then as her finding at 13, that we're picking the applicant's route. In that paragraph, she cites to the applicant's response to hearing comments, November 24th, 2025, and your Schedule B, not your testimony, but your Schedule B. And the Schedule B has, I would say, it's fair to say, the scale of it is more to show this is the course I'm taking, not the alignment or the route widths and narrowings that I wanted to accomplish. And is that a fair assessment of your Schedule B?
Mr. Weirs.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, Schedule B was intended to describe the trade-offs of each of the different route segment alternatives.
The path we're going to take.
And our preferred path forward, yes.
And so I just wanted to be clear, because the ALJ does talk about all the route width expansions and narrowings throughout her discussion. And so this is not unusual that it is, but it wasn't identified necessarily as the route, okay, and the route width. And so I just wanted to be very clear on the record that your intention and that what we are starting from today, and my alternatives that I'm throwing out there were meant to be additive to your route expansions, because we do expand in some same areas, suggest expansions. So they're not replacements, they're meant to be additives. So when you look at the beginning of the decision option, it says adopt the ALJ's route, which is Schedule B route, okay? But I just wanted to be abundantly clear, so when we do the order, and Ms. Kaylor, if you could put that language up that I was going to attach on when you get a second, to the to my decision option so that we're clear is that we want to include your route width narrowings and expansions, and then if we do any of my other suggestions, they're all meant to be additive to this. And so I want that to be clear, Ms. Brusman. That's the beginning point, and that I want you to make sure that's what you understand is where we're going to be working from. We'll talk about alignment in a second, but I just want to get route width kind of established so that the order writers and our folks can work with it. Is that your understanding?
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, that is our understanding. I think it's helpful clarification as well that all of the, again, areas where we narrowed intentionally to avoid resources or expanded to give flexibility, that those would be part of the final route when you adopt the preferred route with whatever other modifications are made today, hopefully.
And to help us out, because it was difficult because Ms. Ness's maps, I call the G maps, okay, did not necessarily have or didn't have any of the route widths or route narrowing. She was doing it for her study purposes, and so that's started my confusion. That was appropriate what you did. It was just so the record shows, when you're looking at the G maps or even following along in some of the other interactive maps, that those things might not necessarily appear, but they're in the record. They were talked about by the ALJ, and they're meant to be included when I say we're adopting the applicant's preferred route, which is the ALJ route. Is that your understanding, Ms. Brusman?
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, it is, and the FES does have a helpful table 3-16 that has them narrated, but you're right, the best visual representation is elsewhere in the record.
Yeah. And so what I would like to do, if it's okay with you, is add this to my decision option. I thought about this yesterday to make it easier, because we're kind of pulling from different maps to get the alignment and the map widths and correctly. And so I'm asking of the applicant, if by the May 15th, if you could come up with a G map scale attachment we would put onto the permit, okay, which is with both, it'll have both the alignment the way that we intend it, the route widths that we intend and adopt today, if we adopt any changes, or the ones that you have proposed, and then so that we can have just a kind of a single map to work from, because I was pulling from different maps, and so I just thought it would be easier for our staff as they're trying to do this to have the applicant take a shot at laying it out first so that there's clarity.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, we're happy to do that. I don't actually know if you need a decision option on it. I think it's a normal part of your staff's process to reach out to applicants after your decision and help put the maps together for whatever you've decided today. Just as a clarification, you're only intending it to be the map that would be included with the route permit. So it's not all of the alternatives. It's just what you've issued today.
And that's what kind of creates confusion, because you're dealing with all the alternatives. Mr. Weirs and his direct had to deal with that too. And so I want to get focused down so we have our set of maps. And I know that's a normal course, but I think it was worth at least having that conversation to get that earlier on. It's going to help staff kind of put this together.
Commissioner Tuma, can I what have we just done there? Like, what did we do? Like, I'm sorry, you kind of lost me a little bit.
I apologize. There is confusion in the record as to, at least for me it was, confusion in the record as to what the actual ALJ was recommending for the route widths and alignments. And so I'm just getting clarity right now that we're working off of right now. The testimony from Mr. Wires and their application appendix D1, D2, and D3 for the route widths. And so they have some route width adjustments, both narrowing and widening, and I just wanted to be very clear that did not show up in the FEIS maps. And Ms. Ness, it's very careful to be not conflate two things. The route widths and narrowings are mitigations. Once we kind of select a route, we kind of do some mitigations where we might narrow it, we might widen it to help with landowners. But what you were doing in your maps, what I think is correct, and I want to confirm this with you, is that you were drawing 1,000 foot along the alignment that was presented by the applicant, and you were studying them so we can, on the big picture, get the apples to apples comparison. Like in the Sulvey Slough area, do we do the western Hancock route or we do the eastern Hancock route? Is that, you did an in-depth study, lots of information so that we can make that apples to apples comparison. Is that right?
Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Tuma, thank you. I'd like to make the clarification, and I double checked with our consultants as well because we've worked extensively with them on the maps and the EIS, that those expanded route widths in the data in the EIS is based on those when we're reporting on the route width impacts. You are correct. Good catch. Those did not make it in the maps. The maps are just showing the general 1,000-foot route width. But more importantly, the impacts are being assessed correctly based on the correct route widths.
And that was my next question. Thanks for jumping ahead. So you look at Sulby Slough expansion, and I did. Your excellent review, because I could go, and when I was confused about whether it was in or out, I wanted to analyze it and study it to decide, is this something that's a good or bad idea? And from your maps, even though it wasn't within the 1,000 feet, you had all the information about prime farmland, about land cover. I was surprised the slough didn't have any DNR things on it. It was it's pretty dull slough, by the way, but it's nonetheless, it didn't have any significant biological things around it. It's so that was helpful to say, oh, this is a good idea. Excellent work on the applicant's part. But that was my next question, that because I think it's valuable, because you do all those charts where you do the the tables and everything, so we're kind of weighing apples to apples. So by adding in, and that's the question, you're saying that all that extra prime farmland now that is in that 5,000 square feet is now part of the calculation that you used in your tables and your charts. There's also 9 extra residents in that area. All of that was included in your analysis.
Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Tuma, generally speaking, based on the impact, and this is part of the reason why the maps were inadvertently not showing that, is because it's difficult to determine whether you should use the 1,000-foot route width or the expanded route width, depending on the impact assessed in the EIS. But where it was applicable, I confirmed with our consultants it's correct.
And I think that's what you intend by right at the beginning, and it's probably, my apologies again for going into depth on this, but in your FEIS, you talk about potential impacts, and so on page 6 of your FEIS this is like the summary. We're beginning the conversation. And the second paragraph on section 6, it says potential impacts on humans and the environment resources are analyzed within a specific geographic area called regions of influence. The region of influence, the ROI, is a generic area where the project might insert some influence and is used as basis for assessing the potential impacts. This is the thing that helps us assess. That's what we're doing today. The ROI has varied by resource and potential impacts. This EIS uses the following ROIs. Row, that's the 150 feet. And alignment, that's critical. It talks about route width, and that's 1,000 feet set here. And then local vicinity, that is about 1,600 feet. So we definitely want to look at residents close by. And project area within 1 mile. Okay, and then also, we look at broader questions about the county impact. And so you're basically saying we can analyze that those facts are there for us to use and determine what's available to us. It's not just 1,000 feet. And I just pulled out one of your maps. I mean, this is the land use, and I went and saw. Then you got the land cover on this area, and you got the prime farmland. It has a space. I mean, it's not within it, but it's about 1 mile of area that we have statistics on, we can look at and deal with. But your focus for the side-by-side comparison, though, generally is what is the applicant's identified route.
Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Tuma, I apologize if I was confusing. So
No, you weren't. No, this is helpful because I want to level set so we know when we are looking at these nip and tucks, we're not blind.
Right.
We're not blind what's going on in and around there, but you do a more in-depth analysis when you dig into that, basically that alignment. And that's important because we want to make sure when we're making that side-by-side comparison and pick one route, that's a big deal. Now we just made a lot of people's lives miserable because of it. So we want to make sure we're doing a really good job in that alignment area.
Right. So where the impact is discussed generally, we want to note everything that's in the potential route width. When we're comparing impacts, we narrow that down to the 1,000 feet based on the alignment, because the comparisons wouldn't make sense if you included all the land use, for instance, in the giant route width. It would look disproportionately impactful.
And this is, Ms. Brusman, you've been doing this for a long time. We pick 1,000 feet for a reason, okay? We could go, it was, I think, 1.5 miles on each side of the line if we wanted to, but that would be a mess of trying to work with the public because everybody thinks they're going to be in the line, route of the line. So we pick 1,000 feet because it's generally a reasonable area. We can move around, make some adjustments, and it helps us do a better apples to apples comparison. So that's 1,000 feet is something the applicant picks out, right?
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, yes, that's something that the applicant requests as part of the application, and it is intended for flexibility to locate that 150-foot right-of-way. It allows us to go to the other side of the road, for example, if we find sensitive resources on one side, in some cases to go on the back side of a residence or on a field line, and so we do have that wider route width, which I think the rule would limit us to 1.25 miles, but again, even that's quite wide. And so here we have generally 1,000 feet, and then in these specific situations where there are some routing challenges or unique circumstances around sensitive resources, we have asked for either narrower or wider route width to either limit our flexibility because we want to avoid those resources, or to give us a little more room to work with area landowners and our design engineers to appropriately route through those places.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner Tuma, when I say nip tuck, what I mean is, like, we are working within the studied route. And, like, for all parameters, we're working within the studied route. Is that where you're going? Like, because, like, if we're pushing outside of the route, then we're starting to color outside the lines. And when I look at the maps, you know, and I look at the FEIS is studying for very specific things within the route, and then it's studying for things within the project size, you know, like it's looking at cultural impacts over the entire project. So like if we're making a change that would affect cultural impacts, well, that can be a little bit, you know, that's kind of bounded by that's bounded by the fact that we've studied the entire project. But if we're looking at, you know, what is the particular impact for, you know, electromagnetic interference, like that's just on that inside of the right of way. And if we move it out, then we've got to study something new because that, you know, electromagnetic interference has now shifted beyond what was studied. Do you know what I'm getting at?
I think so.
Like I'm looking at, like, if we move the route too much, the granular impacts are different and they were not studied.
Yeah, and I'll get to that. I mean, I think it's important to understand too, alignment matters, okay? And that's what's extremely important here. You can't lose sight of the fact that a route width adjustment at this stage, and some of our staff asked this, it says, why can't we deal with this earlier, like in scoping, okay? Well, if I'm farmer X out there and I have two routes, okay? I have a route that's going to go through my field, and I have a route that's going to go 2 miles away, okay? The last thing I'm going to be doing is offering to Mr. Weirs at that stage, unless you're a really nice guy, okay, here's how you can go through my property easier. Mr. Weirs, more than likely that person's going to be arguing for go the other way. And then we go through this whole process, and we realize, well, maybe if we could just move the route just a little bit, I can work with him without having to come back for a full route width amendment. I can just work with him and be there. And so I kind of have to guess a little bit what his concerns are in that particular area because he's going to be so focused on all his comments on move it over here, okay? And so that's that bigger question that we talk about, the alignment. No, you don't want to be moving that alignment just willy-nilly, okay? Now, I'll make this very clear. When I go out, this is how I personally deal with it, just so maybe to give you some comfort, okay? When I go out and I look at a concern raised by Mr. Schmitz, the farmer over there, we'll talk quite a bit about Mr. Schmitz's concerns, okay? I don't know what he's concerned about, but we got some options for him. We're trying to give him some options, okay? You already thought about that. I'm suggesting expanding on it based on what he said. So I go out and I look at Mr. Schmidt's situation. I limit myself this way, okay? I want that route with adjustment. If I'm going to move that line, which is a very important line, I try to stay within the 1,000 or very, very close to it, and hopefully on the same landowner's land if I can, okay? And then if I'm going to do a route with expansion, I'm trying to find on that person's property an opportunity for Mr. Weirs to have some flexibility. I don't want to go willy-nilly and draw the lines. I think people are getting this impression that I go out there and I start drawing outside the lines. And this is what I pointed, this is what jumped out at some of our staff when I pointed it out. When I look at this is your route with maps that you work with, the data sets that you give us, Mr. Weir. And it has lots of information in and around the Solvay Slough. Okay, and so when he said that, and he wanted to do the expansion, I was able to truth test whether that was a problem. And I found the alignments on prime farmland, all the alternatives are probably going to be on prime farmland. And so I can feel safe that it's not going to be a problem. And here's why I can feel safe. If you go to the permit, okay, on the back of the staff briefing papers is the permit, okay? And so page 2 of the permit is sections 3 and 4. And in 3, the third paragraph, the one just below the highlighted one, at the last sentence, the designated route provides the permittee with flexibility for minor adjustments of alignment and right-of-way accommodation to accommodate landowner requests and unforeseen circumstances. Any modifications to the designated route, so you start from the line, any modifications that would result in a right-of-way placement outside the designated route must come back to us, okay? And then you go down to 4, the last line down there is absolutely critical, okay? The last paragraph or last line there on page 2, any right-of-way alignment modifications within the designated route shall be located to be comparable, okay, with the relative impacts according to it or better, okay? And that's key. So in other words, Mr. Weirs is not lord over Mr. Schmitz's farm, right? He's still lord of his farm. You have a right to go ask to put some poles on that line, okay? And then you have a right to ask him, we can adjust it now. I have room to adjust it for you. And so we're trying to find a better route, but he has to agree, okay? That's your understanding, Mr. Weirs, is it not?
Mr. Weirs.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, yes, the route widths do offer some flexibility as we engage in more detailed conversations with landowners.
And so I'm not ever coloring outside the box. I'm going to the colors in the box and trying to truth test it. And so I always ground myself. This is not a rule. This is when I go look at these, and people seem worried that I come up with this big long list. I ground myself in the excellent record Ms. Ness put together. I mean, it was very helpful when I looking at Solvay Slough. I knew a lot was going on, but it was always under that frame, that umbrella, that whatever alignment adjustment's done there, okay, it's got to be at equal, if not better than, under our routing criteria. And that's with the flexibility that he has to come back to us and explain to us why he's doing that. So he can't all of a sudden decide to put it on a culturally significant piece of ground.
Commissioner Partridge.
I'm sorry. I understand what's happening here, and I am ready to talk about your proposed modifications. Sorry to get frustrated, but it's 10 to noon and we haven't talked about any of them yet. And I understand what you're trying to make the point that you're working off the record. I followed you through this, and I think we can just go one by one and then talk about where they're in the record, how they're supported. That's my proposal, because I think that right now we're arguing in hypotheticals. We're not talking about the substance, and we have a plan to be out of here by 3. So let's start with 7A and just move through them. That's my proposal, because I don't.
I've been ready. I just wanted to make
Okay.
sure Commissioner Sullivan recognizes that what I'm offering in nowhere is trying to deviate outside the colored lines. Really quick though, I want to make sure when we do the map, my understanding, because Appendix B or your Schedule B didn't give me an alignment, and so I'm making this assumption, and you can make sure that we're correct because it's critical, that the alignment that I saw in the GMAPs in the FEIS is the alignment. It adjusts for all the changes you were routing, okay? Because I didn't see an alignment, obviously, in the B, and the judge didn't refer to an alignment, but we have all the GMAPs, and so my assumption, and you know what assumptions make of both of us, okay, is that all the lines in the alignment in Mrs. Ness FEIS GMAPs are the alignment that would end up in this map that you're going to give us in 2 weeks. Is that your understanding, Ms. Bruceman?
Ms. Bruceman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I would point out that we have an alignment for the routes that the applicant proposed. You'll also note that the preferred route does take in several alternatives that came in during the process. And so while we have shared shapefiles with Ms. Ness and certainly have worked on it, there's different scales of detailed engineering that have been done. And I think when we get into some of the spots where you're talking about, we've already looked at and sort of come to the conclusion that we'd have an alignment shift in that area, other side of the road, for example, from what is shown on the GMAPs. But that is something that your route permit would give us the flexibility to do, and that we would certainly be intending to do.
And that's why I just want to make sure we were all tracking off the same line, because alignments matter significantly in this process. So now
So we're starting at the most western part of the line here.
Yes.
This is at the South Dakota-Minnesota border.
Whetstone Valley,
Okay.
which I have looked at many times in my life from my spouse's family's burial grounds up on top of the Whetstone Valley by Stockholm, South Dakota. And the first part in the decision options, which I have listed as, and I broke this up because I wanted to have a little bit closer examination to address concerns raised by Mr. Rowe and some of the people along 430th, and also to address some of the concerns raised by the landowners to the eastern part of this area. Not too worried about this one, but I want to get the applicant's view on decision option I, A and B, Romanet 1, A and B. You have 4, and give me your pitch. I'm open, and I want to hear.
Mr. Wires or Ms. Bruceman.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I'll start, and certainly Mr. Wires can add as needed. So I think as you probably read in the record and as indicated in Mr. Wires' testimony, this section of the routing was some of the most congested routing that we had on this project, coming across the border and then with the city of Ortonville just to the north and some sensitive resources, and early coordination with the DNR as well. So our preferred option continues to be the preferred route, which is BSSR 04, which would be Commissioner Tuma's 7A, Romanet I, A, and 7A, 2 little Romanets, A, in both cases. So staying with BSSR 04, which is sort of the southern red line on the map in front of you. And really when we looked at that, there were a couple of important reasons. There are sensitive resources that are along the preferred route. We have gone out and looked at those in detail. They're the ball cactus, which is a sensitive species. There's also some Fish and Wildlife Service easement there. And we've looked and we believe we can span those and avoid impacts to those resources. We do not have that same flexibility if you follow the blue line to the north. Importantly, right as the blue line departs from the red and follows what is the County 15 right now, there's a large restoration project underway that's already in process, and that road is going to be vacated. So in this situation, one is following a road that will no longer be there. And so we'd sort of lose the advantage of paralleling an existing road right-of-way. As you continue...
That's under 1.
Under 1, correct, north. As you continue, there are existing transmission lines in that area. We know from talking to the operators that it's often inundated and difficult to access from an operation standpoint. And then as you cross Highway 75, it's very congested. There's detailed blow-up maps, if you will, in the IR responses that we filed this month that show that we're really at a close distance from some of those homes. And so for all of those reasons, we continue to believe that the preferred route best minimizes impacts in this area, and we're certainly committed to making sure that we're avoiding impacts to the sensitive resources that would be within the right-of-way along BSSR 04.
Ms. Ness, you said this was a close call. I agree with you. It's a close call we need to look at, but your assessment why you think we should have still considered the northern route here.
Ms. Ness.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma. As you saw in my recommendations, EIP was okay with BSSR 04 or BSSR 01. They represent a trade-off in impacts. Ms. Brusvin is correct that impacts to residents on BSSR 01 would be more impactful in that pinch point area. The benefit of BSSR 01 is less impact to wherever my notes are. I believe it is generally public land resources, but I'm looking for my notes frantically here. Oh, I know where it is.
More organized than my notes, I can assure you.
Yeah. As summarized in the briefing paper by Sam, he summarized my recommendations well. It avoids more rare and unique resources near the Minnesota River crossing. The DNR has commented that the right-of-way maintenance could be problematic for rare and unique resources, even if they are spanned. And it, like I had guessed before, least impactful to public and designated lands. But then, of course, that's the balancing of the other route I was talking about.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions. I just can tell you that I was inclined. I asked a little bit about the landowner contact that you had and the map that you provided about the individual who owns a lot of that land being in favor of this route, and he's impacted by both. The fact that it's less expensive, that you're making efforts to mitigate the concerns. And then when you look at this map, if you see where it says right there by the road and the railway crosses there, if you just look at where the homes are, and there's the best opening up the bank, for lack of a better term, is the preferred route. So that's how I'm leaning, Mr. Chair. I don't know how you want to do it. If
So
you
you
want to vote on a segment at a time, or how you prefer to do this.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thanks, Chair Sullivan. This is a great question. So I was working off of staff's preferred decision options, and then my idea that I'll propose to you all is that, so one of the areas of confusion is that we've got the applicant preferred, which is largely what the ALJ recommended. Then we've got some staff decision options that follow off Ms. Ness's report and her recommendations. Those are embedded in the original decision options. And then we've got some additional options put in by Commissioner Tuma. My recommendation, because I was getting tripped up, if we, for example, on the conversation we just had, I support the applicant's preferred route on this western segment for the BSSR 04. If we take no action based on the original filed decision options, we automatically adopt that. So I was thinking, for the clarity, if we worked off of staff's decision options and modified the ALJ approved route affirmatively with any changes, would that?
I'll just disagree with you, and this is, and I hope I'm not confusing you. My goal by doing it, my decision option, I incorporated, Mr. Lobby, all of your decision options so that it would move smoother through the process, so that, because I broke up this segment, it just made it, so everyone that Mr. Lobby has recommended are included in all the Romanettes and A's and B's of my decision option, so that we weren't jumping back and forth from one or the other. And so I was trying to avoid that. So everything that Mr. Lobby had in his is incorporated in mine. And the idea was to flow from South Dakota to the Alexandria seamlessly. And so it was trying to avoid what the problem that you're worried about, which is jumping back and forth. Because if we go with the staff ones, then I'll be jumping in with modifications, and it gets, then I thought it started getting more confusing
Okay.
by doing it that way.
So here's the confusion I have is that if we adopt staffs, we do not need to affirmatively adopt BSS R04.
Right.
It's already embedded. And so you have it here. This is where I got confused. This is already adopted in number 7 as staff put in without taking affirmative action. So, I mean, I am getting confused by like, okay, this is, I don't need to make a decision there if I like that. So, but we do in this set of decision options, we would have to affirmatively adopt it. I'm just getting confused on the logistics.
Here's what I was thinking about, and then what I would like to do is we're at noon, so I want to take a 30-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll have locked down what the process will be. But what I was thinking about doing is actually going through and taking separate votes on each of the modifications. It's a little bit out of order because we would normally just vote on the underlying. But I was also, because I'm trying to bring some order to this. If we could vote on Commissioner Tuma's decision options, each of them individually, then we can come back and we can vote on the underlying proposal. Now, that may not work. I'm going to talk with staff over the break, but I think that would work.
I think it'll actually work. For example, in this situation, unless somebody has a different motion and wants to do the northern one, we don't have to vote on this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's only when we get to where I might be offering an alternative after the discussion. So I want to have a discussion on each of those segments. And after that discussion, if I feel I want to offer something that's different than staff, which will be reflected in all my decision options, okay, we can do that. But here, I like the applicants, I don't feel a need to move to do the northern one, okay? And so we can just skip voting here, but then the next one, I may have a recommendation that's going to be different, but that's why it's different, because it's a segment of Sam's first part. And so that's why it gets confusing. That's why I was just trying to follow along with mine, because it includes everything that Mr. Labby has put together. And we worked on this together, so this is not me trying to override his work.
I'm not implying that you are. No. I'm getting confused because the language here says issue a permit with the following modifications. And then it says 1A. That's not a modification. That's what's making me confused. So I tried to.
That was following the way Mr. Labby had done it, so I was trying to follow his pattern.
Okay. I mean, we can do it whatever way. I'll just tell you that was confusing to me, but.
It might, I don't know. Let's take a break.
Yep.
And then we're going to take a break. I'm going to talk to staff, and hopefully we'll have this squared away for when everybody.
I'll follow along, however, as long as we can start diving in.
I was trying to simplify it, so
Yeah.
I know
I feel bad I didn't accomplish my task.
No, that's okay.
We're all acting in good faith. I know. Yep. Okay. All right. We'll be back at 12:35. All right, welcome back. Here's what I propose that we do. We have there's obviously some complexity here in terms of the decision options. But what I would like to do is I would like to, as we go through, Commissioner Tuma, your decision options, and as I look at them, there are, there's a limited number of them that we're going to need to talk about, that we'll, on each of those, do like a straw vote. And that straw vote then says, it'll give us a sense of where everybody's at on them. And then we'll come back after we do your decision options, and we'll come back and we'll vote on the underlying motion, which would then, if there is any, if everybody's good to go, we'll just vote in incorporating your decision options. If not, then we'll incorporate the decision options where everybody by the straw vote is good, and we'll pull out the ones where they're not, and we'll just vote on those separately. Does that work for folks?
Yep.
Lawyers, thumbs up? All right. I always want to check. All right. I get head nods. All right. With that, let us begin. We are going to start maybe where we left off.
So just on the central area, so that'd be your map 7A, A2 map. This is and I broke it up in part because I wanted to address this segment. There were several landowners along 430th Street. And if you look on the map, you can see them. Mr. Rowe is the first one, just to the right or to the east of the wastewater treatment facility. Township officer, and I really appreciated his comments. And I paraphrase a little bit from his public comments, but it says, I really don't want it on my property. I posed this route, but I'm just forcing it onto somebody else, pushing it onto one of my neighbors. And so that one caught my attention. I think this is the kind of guy that we can work with, and I was looking at options here. What I struggle with, the alternative route that is through this area, is my understanding, goes across a pond, and that pond, when I looked at it, so I kind of see what he says, because that's the only neighbor he would be imposing on, just directly north of him. That pond is like those people's backyard. I mean, they have a nice little dock on it, so I was trying to avoid putting a power line over the top of it. So I'm struggling with this one just because it's a very close call. The route that you've come up with is definitely permittable, but it's shorter. But it looked like it was more expensive, Mr. Ware, and that's where I was kind of confused when I asked you about this. I don't know if you included my alignment change, which I don't think is really an alignment change. My hope is to do an expanded route width, and you talk to the landowners, because there's very few landowners in this area, and Mr. Rowe being one of them. I would think that he would be reasonable. His neighbors own most of that property to the north of him. And the farmer that you did the work with by the South Dakota border owns a field on the far northeast corner of this route. So they seem to be reasonable people. And so by doing that alignment line that I showed you, I was just saying, I don't want you to put it here. Could you talk to the landowners and see if we can do something there? That makes, to me, the northern route less expensive and more doable, even though it has more agriculture and wildlife issues than the southern route, which has more human impacts, where you definitely have 4 residents that are it's going to be right in their, front yards, just across the road. But so this is the one I really struggled with. And like I said, it's extremely close. If I were to do it, what I know today, but I do want to hear what you have to say, is that I would want to do, the northern route with a route with expansion here to give you space and effort to talk to the landowners. All of this area, by the way, has been studied. There's even an alternate route that's not even in the middle of this route width that I'm showing you that's not on this map. These are just, I think, the 2 best routes. One mitigates the impact on the landowners on the road, 430th. The other one would move it north, but I didn't want to do what Mr. Rowe told me not to do and just throw it in his neighbor's yard. So that's the struggle I have, and so that's the question I have for the applicant. But go ahead.
So Commissioner Tuma, just to be clear, we are working off of, I think the conversation we just had before the break resolves 7A Romanet I, and now we're working on 7A Romanet II.
I thought we resolved that one before we went to
We did.
lunch.
I just want to make sure that we're on the central segment. So this is AII.
And the question is, do we go north, do we go south, and if we do go north, do we have?
So for those tracking along, it's our decision here between these would be on your decision option, 7AI, Romanet 2, A, B, or C.
I should say A or B or and C. If we do B, you can do wider road with it.
Okay.
So I just want to hear concerns, thoughts from the applicant and Ms. Ness. Like I said, this is a very close call. I have a hard time with this one. So,
Ms. Brusman.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma. The applicants continue to prefer the preferred route through this area, which stays along the road on 430th, so it parallels the road for 100% of that segment. There are more homes there, but to your earlier point, the alignment here, you can see jogs back and forth. We're across the road. We're not actually through anyone's front yard along here. And there are a number of sensitive resources, some more wetland crossings in the pond you pointed out in the northern segment through here. So our preference would be to remain on the preferred route.
any desire to have the broader route width to work with? I mean, where I was seeing as you turn the corner at the wastewater treatment plant there on the west side of the wastewater treatment plant, you know, if you did more of a diagonal and it's one landowner, that you could only have to talk to one landowner all the way across that diagonal. Now, you know, they probably don't care because they don't live there. So I guess, you know, that's the part that I struggle with. You know, I don't know how this is going to go. So I didn't know if that made any difference to you. I mean, it opened it up in my mind somewhat because I struggle with the very same thing you had. I didn't want to just put it in, like Mr. Rose said, just put it in somebody else's backyard. So,
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, we don't think that the route width here would be particularly valuable. We haven't found good acceptance of a diagonal, for example. And so here, I think our preference would be to just stay with the road. We appreciate the thought around it and the responsiveness to Mr. Rowe's comment, but our preference here would be to stay on the preferred road.
and he explained to me the one part that surprised me, that made me actually put this forward, was when you responded and it was less expensive. And so the northern route, I would assume, is less expensive because you don't have to jump across the road. And so that's what put it still into my bailiwick as a play. And but that assumes that we would have followed the original alignment. And like I said, the original alignment doesn't do what I was concerned about, which is putting it in the Mr. Rowe's neighbor to the north's backyard. And so I don't know if that's still the case. You know, I mean, obviously, I follow field lines and row lines there in the far north corner. The only reason I do a 45 is right at the corner. There's a swamp. I mean, you can see it in your the FEIS maps. There's a slough there, so I'm going to assume you're not going to put the corner post in the middle of the slough, and so you're going to have to do something there. But it's still within the route width. So I mean, explain that to me, because that's the one that kept it in play for me, was the fact that it was less expensive. So help me out.
Ms. Brusman.
Commissioners, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I think again it is just the jog back and forth and the turns in terms of costs, but still talking about fairly close costs between the two options too. And the way that we have estimated each segment is we do dead end each segment so that we have a common start and end point. And so some of those costs may smooth out a little bit as we get the actual route finalized in terms of. So from our perspective, we have to do an apples to apples cost comparison, but we do know that some of those structures to pinpoint particular segment estimates will be off a little bit to the high side when we actually finalize the route design.
Ms. Ness, any thoughts on this?
Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Tuma, this residence to the north did comment in the record, of course, that she doesn't want that line over her pond. So I thought that's worth mentioning. I also would like to mention the SBS site that the new alignment would cross. I'm not sure what the impacts would be there, but the applicant's preferred route, that 90-degree turn, seems to stay out of that. Those are just my thoughts.
Commissioner Tuma.
I guess I put it to you guys, this is truly a call between putting in the backfield and, you know, bugging the ducks. And if we can avoid, like I said, the pond, and the fact that it costs less, got me comfortable with the northern route. But like I said, it is a very, very close call. And Mr. Rowe is accurate. This would be very disruptive to him and his neighbors, the 4 neighbors down the road that commented on this. Interesting, there was actually one neighbor that commented on it that if you see there's 2 orange dots there from the kind of the far, or yellow dots or houses kind of right below the river there. And one of those homeowners commented and said they prefer the route to the north because they didn't want it along the road. So now they have a nice blockage there and stuff like that. So even the person that was taking it closer down the way was kind of wanting it off the road. This is a small road. This is not a big road. This is very much just one step up from a buggy path. And so crossing over it would just dominate the road. And so I can see why the landowners in this area would prefer it to be in the backyard as opposed to the front yard. Like I said, it's extremely close. I'll be comfortable with however you guys want to go because I agree with Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe was a fine gentleman and pointing out he doesn't want to harm his neighbor. He deserves a gold star in my book, but he also it's a tough call. And so I was trying to mitigate it by saying stay out of the pond and talk to the landowners to see if you can find a better route through there than going over the pond. And so that's, I think it's a close call. I think it's both of them are permittable. Both of them have been well studied. There's nothing, we're not talking about areas that are any new significance here. And so, I mean, if I were to lean at this stage, I'd probably go with the northern route, but it's so close that I won't be offended if you tell me, John.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I agree with you. I think this is quite a close call. I think one concern I have is that, as we've experienced multiple times, when you pull a thread, you don't always anticipate the downstream effect. And so there are a couple houses here along that northern route, one of whom has already said they don't want the line to go through their pond, and I don't know if that person would be comfortable with creating a line around the pond. I don't know what that would cost, and so any cost savings that we think we're getting may fall away. And there's another house further down the lane there on, I think it's County 67. I don't know if they're comfortable with that, and so I think we're also told to follow roadways wherever we can, and the applicant's route follows the roadway. I would lean towards the applicant route because the northern route looks more complicated along that swamp area where you've got a diagonal trying to get it around that small pond, and then the additional neighbors who we haven't spoken to, including those that live around this waterway here. So that's my 2 cents, but I agree with you. I think
Now, the waterway is a good point too, because if you do an analysis, think about it. The preferred route has a more direct crossing, and there is some wildlife areas. I think you do a narrowing in that area too, if I remember right, or at least you avoid the the resource along the river and you cross it quicker. And then there's some areas to the north where you're kind of in the river bank a little bit longer, I guess is a good way to say it.
Right.
And so, yeah, like I said, this one tore me upside. Mr. Lobby will attest to this. I think we reread this one about 5 times in our minds. So it really was one I really struggled with, but it is a very close call. I don't know, Commissioner Sullivan or.
I mean, Commissioner Hom, do you want to speak to it? I mean, I can be brief.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think if there is no good, strong case, I think we should stay on our staff and ALJ recommendation if it's possible, because I think that will help the process, because in the long term, if we protect our process, that will benefit us. So that's why, unless you have a good, strong case, I prefer to stay with just original recommendation.
And I appreciate that. To the process question, and again, I probably get more defensive to this. This is part of the process. These landowners are making comments in the record. They're showing up. They all wrote comments in there. They all preferred the different route, and that route was studied very carefully. So this is part of the process. On occasion, we can disagree with the applicant. No offense to the ALJ, she did a fine job, but just accepting the applicant's route, without any adjustments, was kind of a surprise to me. But that's okay. That's that's their call. But in the end, I think it's our job to dig in a little bit deeper into the record. I think this one deserved a little deeper digging because the process we put forward and because we've asked these landowners. They even had an alternative that I didn't include because it just didn't work. That was suggested, I think, by Mr. Rowe, that would have gone around his property. And so, I'm narrowing it down to the very 2 routes that make the most sense here. And they were very carefully studied, but it's still an extremely close call. That's why I was thinking if you're interested, or if the applicant was interested in a broader route to work with the one landowner, maybe there was a route through there. I'm hearing not. So, but I just wanted to make sure you're very clear. I think what we would do if we would do the northern route is completely within our process and expected by our process.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, I don't disagree with you that this is a part of the process. That's why I say we have a strong case, we can deviate. Particularly, I give a lot of credit to our EIP staff. They work on these things, and when they brought this to us, I think they spent a lot of time and then their expertise, and that's why we have to balance that between our process as a commissioner versus a staff process. So that's why I want to make sure that we have to protect staff process to make sure that we balance those, our process versus a staff process.
Carefully, Ms. Ness, that because I broke this up into 3 segments. You actually suggested this as a possible alternative we could look at as it came out of the Minnesota River Valley. You selected B4 and B1 as 2 options we could look at. And so that was part of the reason why I looked very closely at B1, was because you had put it forward. I didn't know why, because now I broke it up in 3 segments. And so I think it would be fair to you, if now that we've broken it up into 3 segments and are looking at this carefully because of the intense communication that of a joint opposition from the landowners to the south, and you pointed out very accurately that the person in the north, I was trying to keep it out of their yard, but you gave us that, so I want to make sure you have a chance to tell us what would be your recommendation here. Is it's still a 50-50 call now that we're just talking about the central segment?
Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Tuma, since the EIS was written in a way where the routes are based on a common start point and a common end point, I don't know the impacts in the middle only. So it's hard to say without knowing that. So I would recommend sticking with the EIP recommendations as they were originally.
But just I'll make clear, my understanding your EIP recommendation was you could either do 1 or 4, and this is part of the northern route here, I wouldn't get the ones and fours mixed up. You told me that I could follow the southern route all the way over to when we get to the next segment, the deal with Mr. Weiss's, or I could follow this more northerly route that kind of comes together in the middle and follows the same route up there. And so each of those routes have a common ending point, which is the end of this route, okay, this middle segment. So, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to understand what your recommendation was. And I thought your recommendation is when we were talking about these two options, it was a close call for both segments, the west and the central. Is that a fair assessment?
Ms. Ness.
So our recommendation was BSSR 01 or BSSR 04 because of the trade-off and impacts. So when they're compared together, western to eastern, they are comparable. Western and central only, I cannot comment on that.
And that's fine. I just want everybody to understand what drove me to look at this very closely was your recommendation. And I saw that the impacts on the western part where it was so close to those houses, and we had the individuals talking about not wanting it to be close to them, and you had the farmer who wanted it. And then you pointed out that, there's a sensitive area. So I saw the balance discussion there. I didn't know what you were balancing as you went past that. And so right now you're saying, I'm not seeing anything, but you did recommend it. It's just you don't really know that you want to comment on the difference between the person who has the pond and Mr. Rowe who has the cow pasture he doesn't want it to go through. Is that a fair
Ms.
assessment?
Ness.
And it's perfectly fine if you do. I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Yeah, Commissioner Tuma. So the recommendations really boiled down the routes to the most salient points in our assessment. So that is why it's limited to the things we've already discussed, like the endangered resources in those boxed-in houses. Those are some of the most significant impacts on this route. And that's why we're not talking about these properties here, because we focused on the highest impacts.
And that's fair. So my assessment was it was still there for us to look at. I asked the applicant, about cost. I was curious. I thought it was going to come back and it was quite a bit more expensive, and that would make this decision easier. Okay, it didn't make it easier. So I'm left with the situation where I have two routes that you said are okay. Okay. I have a route that they want to continue to go down that's slightly more expensive and it impacts essentially, I think, really badly 4 houses versus one that affects probably 2 or 3 houses badly and a pond. And so that was a struggle I had, and then maybe a expanded route might get Mr. Wares and his team more comfortable with it. I hear not, so I could put that aside. Okay, I'm still left with a difficult decision that our staff really did not, Commissioner Hom, narrow down for us. This is welcome to the game. We get to make the tough call, and so
does the state's
I'm okay with either though. So
does the state's preference that this be put in existing right-of-way, road right-of-way, move you over? For me, it does. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm good.
It's a balance, and if that's what gets you to it, that's fine. I was looking at this road thinking it was, if it was Highway 12, okay, I probably would have gone that way, being that it's a one step up from a cart path. It was one that I thought maybe in the backfield is a balance. The one that's tough for me is the fact that it stays in the waterway longer, and that was if I were to pick a factor to say why I don't pick the northern route, it's the fact that it follows that waterway for a much more extended period of time. But like I said, it's a close call. I can go either way. I'm hearing from my colleagues that we already a straw vote on this one, so I'm comfortable with the preferred route at this spot.
Okay, so that would be comfortable with a Romanet 2 sub 3, right? All right. All right, we're not exactly cooking with gas here.
No, but I think it'll pick up.
But we are.
This was the toughest one.
Okay.
This was the toughest one. Yeah. Lowry will be a little challenged, but I don't think it'll be as challenging. Okay, east segment. Ms. Brusman, I asked you, and I apologize, dyslexic in action. I asked you to give me an analysis of the same route. And I meant to put a 0 on the end of it. Our fault. I can be perfectly honest with you. I've read all the comments from the Kochs and the Schmidts and all of these people, and they do want it to the north. And so when I looked at all the possible routes in this western segment, there was one that stood out to me as a possible alternative, and that was BS 10, or I'll just call it 10, okay? I want your assessment, just for an apples-to-apples comparison, if I'm trying to make sure I'm doing my due diligence for these farm families. Would you agree that 10 probably is the best of the alternatives to compare it to?
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, in terms of comparing to the preferred route, I disagree with you.
And give me the cost difference between the two options.
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, we provided the updated or supplemental IR response, and again, we're just talking about the eastern segment as between 10 and 4 on April 24th, and so there really is very little cost difference. It's roughly $39.6 and $39.7 million between those two segments, so the cost is very similar.
And then the 10 route does take me up, Commissioner Sullivan, to 12, and that map, I think, was provided a bit later, but 10 takes us up to 12 quite quicker and then goes across. And if you're looking at map 3A, you see Highway 12 there. And if you go to the very far east end of that road, there's 4 houses there. And so it seems to me when you look at the residential impact, and I could not for the life of me figure out a route with expansion or adjustment to get around these. Would you agree with that assessment?
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, that's correct. And as you point out, at that cluster of 4 homes, 2 of them are directly across the road from each other, so there isn't a way to split through there on the opposite side and stay on the opposite side of the residences. And I think that was a compelling factor for us.
Yeah, those 2 very first eastern ones coming from the east going west, those first 2 houses there on 12, back from the route. My guess is they were probably built back when Highway 12 wasn't Highway 12, and so they're very, very, very close to the road, as will Mr. Weiss when we get to talking to him in a minute. But so my conclusion from that is that, yes, we are going to be going through open fields. We will not following field lines. We'll probably follow property lines, I think, all the way, but not field lines in certain circumstances. On the preferred route. So that does have some negatives. And it's the exact opposite kind of what we just did, but nonetheless, we have to make tough calls between them. I was of the opinion that the preferred route as presented, including, and by the way, so everybody knows, this includes a route with expansion to the south of the route with expansion that's on this map, A3 that we're looking at, that we've already essentially kind of approved by saying we're going to do the preferred route. And so when we get to that part of it, I'm trying just to expand on what they've been doing. But as far as I'm concerned, unless other commissioners have other thoughts, I am fine with checking the box, but I wanted to do my due diligence for the several families that were very concerned and did a lot of commenting on the record.
So for sub-Romanet, so 7th, Romanet 3, you are fine not doing B. You're fine with?
No, I'm fine with doing A.
ALJ applicant preferred.
And I only compared it, the other route is not on my decision option because I looked at it. I didn't feel like I should offer 10.
Okay.
But I wanted to make sure we talked about it, and I asked for information from the applicant, and it came back in what I suspected would be about the same cost, but highly impactful to landowners on Highway 12.
Okay.
So I'm in for A, and the next conversation is B. And the question I have for you guys, I mean, when I looked at this, I appreciated the one to the south, and I don't know what Mr. Schmitz is going to say. I know he just didn't want it, okay, and I get that. but I did see several field lines just to the north of the existing route that you could possibly get your poles on and avoid having to put it in the middle of a field, which is where the preferred route goes now. So the preferred route's fine. I'm okay with it. But the reason I gave a little bit more space here was to possibly give Mr. Schmitz and you a chance to talk about maybe hitting some field lines and avoid going through the middle of the field. And so that's the whole theory here. Frankly, I like your route, but I don't know what Mr. Schmitz wants because it's not my property. So,
Ms. Bruson.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I was just confirming, fairly confident that the north-south segment right here is along a road. So the field line or the preferred route goes east-west, and then a road that comes back to the north. Mr. Schmidt's property, the landowner you're referring to, his house is squarely in this expanded route width on the north as you've drawn it, which gives us some pause. As you noted, he was pretty
so let's go back to again. Let's go back to the purpose here. The purpose is your alignment stays the same. Your alignment goes through the middle of Mr. Schmitz's field to the south. Okay. Mr. Schmitz is the one that has to agree with you to move it. Okay. I doubt he's going to put it into his backyard. Okay. So I'm seriously thinking you cannot convince him that you're going to put it in his backyard. So I'm just drawing an expansive line to get the field lines in and around here. I suppose I could have drawn even a crazier route. All I'm doing is trying to give you as much room to hit the field lines as possible, okay? And Mr. Schmitz has the ability to say to you, no, I don't want it. I want you to go to the south and put it into my neighbor's property. We'll probably say no, okay? And so I'm just trying to give Mr. Schmitz some flexibility to hit a few field lines that are between his house and the present route. So don't conflict with it. It includes his house. It's not going to. He'll never do that, okay? But he might move it 50, 60 feet to the north on the very end of his property, okay, which may be as far north as where his house sits on the meridian, but it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to give you flexibility here to help Mr. Schmitz out and his neighbor.
Ms. Bruceman.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, we appreciate that. I wanted to point it out because I do think if you're the landowner, right, and you see a wider route width that includes the possibility of your home, that could cause anxiety. And I agree with you. We wouldn't put a transmission pole across his house. That would never be our intention to do that, especially where we've got an alignment that avoids that. Generally speaking, and I'm going to preview a little bit some of the other expanded route widths, I think if to the extent that the commission is comfortable that enough of the impacts in these expanded areas have been studied either through the FEIS because the region of influence for some resources is wider than the route width, there's sort of no harm in more flexibility here, but on this particular one, we just wanted to point out that I think there could be at least some cause for angst that we certainly wouldn't intend to convey, but it might be just evident in the map itself. But if this commission feels that it's more flexibility here to work with the landowner would be helpful, then expanded route width is something that we could consider.
I have a question for Ms. Ness. Would, by expanding out, by expanding this out, would there, it appears like now we're moving outside. I'm not trying to say we're coloring outside the lanes, but would there be environmental impacts that were not studied in the EIS?
Commissioner Sullivan, correct. Most regions of influence for impacts in the EIS are based on the right-of-way or route width. There are some that include 1,600 feet. Commissioner Tuma went over the regions of influence earlier, and some that are within 1 mile, but the majority of impacts are in the right-of-way and the route width based on the proposed alignments.
So,
But all the maps that you provided me, Ms. Ness, all that information, the data sets provided, I know everything that's here, okay? And the applicant has to still come back to us and show us that the route that they have selected outside of the alignment has to be equal or better on the route width conditions. And so my expectation is that the applicant has to go and do what they call micro-siting, working with the landowners in this situation. And so as a mitigation, okay, I can see what's going on there, and I'm offering to that landowner a chance to mitigate. I know it's covered with cultivated fields. I know there's a ditch there that creates a field line. I know all of this because I've seen your maps, okay? I've seen the data sets that you provided. That's all there for me to study and analyze. And so I have studied it and I have analyzed it. I think my commissioners should study and analyze it too and say, okay, Mr. Schmitz is being severely impacted here. I want to give him an option, okay, to, again, on his cultivated land that he has in areas outside of the 1,000 feet that you've studied for me, okay, that's worth considering. And so by restricting our ability as a commission to do nip and tucks, and this is what this is less than 1% of the overall route that we're looking at here to do a simple modification for the landowner. When Mr. Wires came up with his route width expansions and he was responding to certain things that he saw on the field and was making adjustments. We're now, after he made those recommendations a year and a half ago, have a full history of everybody coming and commenting, and we asked them to comment to us about changes. I feel bad for Mr. Schmitz because Mr. Schmitz wanted something other than his route. And he didn't have a chance to come to us and say, now that I know it's absolutely going to be on my property, I think I would have suggested this. It'd been nice if he could have suggested that in scoping for us, but he's never going to do that from a practical standpoint. And so we have to be careful, like I said, when we do these tucks and nips, like we've done on every single permit that I ever have done here on a route that we have route with expansions that come in at this stage are in response to landowner concerns. And if we're going to somehow expect us to have it go back for a study to EIS, to have Ms. Ness study it when she's already given me documents to be able to study, it's my job to study, it's her job to provide. And so what I'm saying is I have studied this spot quite extensively. I've looked at all the maps that Mrs. Ness has provided me, all the information. There's no indication that I have anything of concern. But you know what? If there's an Indian burial ground somewhere in the Schmitz property and they find that, they can't do it because now they won't be able to show to us that it is less impactful or equally impactful. And so when I'm looking for Mr. Wires, I don't know, you got to deal with Mr. Schmitz, and I know he's not going to be very happy when he shows up. I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a tool just to move it off of the line and get it on the farm lines for him. Because I can bet 10 to 1 that the neighbor to the south is not going to want to move it into the expanded route width that you've suggested. But maybe Mr. Schmitz would give us a shorter route that crosses the field lines there. Okay? And that's what I see. I see field lines within the 1,000-foot spans that you could get to and get to the northern part of the property of his neighbor that's on the southeast of him and cut across there and then follow the road. Okay? That's all I'm seeing. I'm not, I'm looking for a chance for you to have that conversation, but you can't unless you come back to me or if I give you an expanded route width. And so that's why I want to give you expanded route width to have that conversation with him. And so you're not limited or feel restricted from coming back here having to do a permit modification. And I trust you. Your analysis of this route was phenomenal. And that's why I'm trying to give you a tool to work with Mr. Schmitz, because you've been through this process. I just read the comments. You were there, okay? My guess, Mr. Schmitz wasn't a very happy camper about this. Is that correct?
Mr. Wires.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma. You are correct. Mr. Schmidt was very active in the open houses, and he also came to the public hearings. As a result of many of his concerns, we did look at a widened route width in this area early in the process, and on some of our maps that actually is a little further south of the proposal that you have. But I will confirm that, yes, Mr. Schmidt was very active in this process.
This is where I'm looking at. I see what you're saying to the south, but for honest with you, I don't. If I'm the guy who's to his south and east, I don't know why I would agree to that. And then you're caught. He might, the guy to the south and east, agree to put it on his property line and his field line to the north. And that's all I'm trying to catch here, just to give you a little space. That's all I'm trying to do. You got the maps right there. You're seeing what I'm saying, okay? I'm looking at the same maps you were, and I'm just seeing that 1,000-foot span. Do you see that?
Okay, Mr. Wires, respond, and then I got to go to Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yes, Commissioner Tuma, I do see on the maps the expanded route width that you've proposed.
Just maybe a possible option that he might agree to. I can't say that he will, okay, but it might be an option to put on. If he wanted to hit field lines, he could hit field lines, right?
I don't have the aerial photography in front of me here, but based on my knowledge of Mr. Schmidt's land ownership in this area, it does appear like there would be additional options introduced with this wider route width.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. I just want to recap where we're at here. So I just want to make clear that I did study the maps and I am familiar with the record. I just think we all need to think about our tone. We are here to work together. We don't always agree. We're singing in harmony. We're not singing the same note, but we're on the same song, okay? We are fighting about silly things, and it's frustrating me, and I'm sorry that I'm grumpy. I understand what you are saying. You just want additional flexibility. I think that what I heard from Ms. Brusvin is she said, that's fine. There's some concern that when the landowner sees that we have expanded the route width into his property, further engulfing his home, he may find that to be anxiety producing. I certainly would. I agree with that. I think what we are also hearing from Ms. Ness is that this area has been studied and is included in the environmental impact statement, and the impacts would be included there. Is that right, Ms. Ness?
Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Partridge, could you please clarify which part you're asking about?
Good point. I am talking about Commissioner Tuma's expanded route width to the north. So not the map that you have up, but in fact the map that Mr. Lobby put into the record.
The expanded route width on this map that Sam's pulling up for us was studied to the extent that impacts outside of the route width and right-of-way were studied.
Right. So I guess what I'm hearing is that the main negative, the main downside is creating anxiety or confusion for the landowner. And otherwise, we're sticking with the applicant's requested route, the ALJ recommended route, and we're just contemplating should we provide additional flexibility. I'd say for me, I'm comfortable with that as long as Ms. Brusvin and your clients feel like you can appropriately communicate that to the landowner to let them know. And I think the key thing here is that we are sticking to the route, we are sticking to this request, and that we are just providing additional flexibility, and that has to work for both the landowner and the applicant. Is that
Let me just
a solution?
be clear with that. Is that, are you in support of Commissioner's thinking or not?
I'll tell you this. I don't think this is going to be helpful. I don't think that he's going to want this closer to his home. However,
We don't know that.
we don't know that for sure, and we need to move on. And it sounds to me like the main concern is could be mitigated potentially.
Commissioner Hahn.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I'm looking at your interactive GIS map.
Yeah.
And I don't think this proposed area is fully covered by EIS. Based on my click on the EIS analysis alignment and buffer zone, there is some area which was not included. Okay. So what does it mean?
Ms. Ness.
Correct, Commissioner Hahn. Most impacts were assessed in the right-of-way and the route width. So any impact outside of that expanded route width was not analyzed in the EIS.
In that case, I
GIS. the interactive
retract
one.
my comment. If it has not been studied,
Then I need a break.
Okay. Commissioner Tuma, okay, we'll take 5 minutes, 5-minute break.
got a path forward, so let's get to it.
All right. We're back.
So, Mr. Chair, now, when I looked at the EIS hard copy, okay, the area that I've included was all in there, and I was able to look at what was available and far as prime farmland, a whole bunch of stuff. So using my standard, I did not go outside of that. But what I think is important is there's some potential impact that could be mitigated on the 1,500 feet, which is in, according to what I understood from Commissioner Hom, in the studied area, whatever definition of that is. And so what I would suggest is we just delete the last sentence of B and allow 1,500 feet essentially on both sides of the alignment to give room for Mr. Schmitz to either go north or south. And so if you delete the last sentence, all of the area that you see on my map 3A, okay, the portion that is going north along the road there and disappears, goes away. It's
So
just,
all of
that goes away.
okay,
It's
so
just
then what?
delete the last sentence of B.
So if you delete the last sentence of B,
What goes away?
isn't that effectively the A then?
What does this do?
Yeah,
I'm
what does
sorry.
it do?
So just, you see where that street sign is there, 21? That line?
Yep.
Just take that line all the way over to the preferred route. And everything north of that goes away. Everything south of that stays as an option.
Okay, and that has been studied then?
Yes, at least according to what Wickwan just showed me, that's what I was going off of.
Commissioner.
This includes the area that possibly Mr. Schmitz might consider putting it on the field line.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I have a suggestion that can we just shrink this box, the hash marked, to comfort with EIS was studied. So you can shrink in the southern part too, because that the last housing around the Highway 23 mark, that is included in yours, but I think that this map shows that it's not included. So I think we may be able to adjust the whole thing, shrink to include only part EIS was studied.
Well, I don't think we really need the part to the north. I was just trying to give as much optionality as possible. I think it's fine just doing 1,500 feet to the north of the present line, and that'll get him to the property lines and the field lines that he may want. I have no idea whether he will want, but he may want to follow.
So has all of the, both like kind of the micro and the macro factors been studied already in the EIS? Ms. Ness? Under the new proposed chop off the top?
You're talking about this map, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to clarify that the applicants would be able to supplement the record with additional information about the environmental impacts, but the EIS did not look at that hatched area for all of the impacts. Some impacts did, but most impacts stayed to the route width, as you see on this map, and the right-of-way.
But we have, again, we're not trying to draw the route here. We're trying to mitigate impacts to this one landowner, okay? And so I have been given lots of information in your EIS, okay? And I know that they are going to be very limited. They can only choose to do a route that the landowners agree to and is less impactful. So I don't need to know every little micro detail that's there. I just need to know enough to be able to say, would this possibly be a problem environmentally? I don't see anything based on the information that you have provided me in the record, okay? And I've seen on maps, I don't know, you're telling me I can't rely on this. I looked at all these and I saw that this is farmland, and I saw field lines, and I saw ditches, okay? Those are the things that are critical for this one spot, for this one nip and tuck, for this one landowner, okay? And so I'm not seeing a whole lot here that I feel, after studying your record, I need to supplement. What am I going to find if I supplement that they're not going to find when they go out there and ask for a different route width? And they have to come back to me with all the details of all the factors to say, this is why it's going to be better. I don't know what else I can do. I don't need to supplement the FEIS. I just need to have them come back to me in this docket under this permit and say, yes, I have looked at all those details. Now, I want to make sure we study everything and make sure it was studied. I feel we have studied this area. I know what it is. I've seen your maps. And it's farmland, okay, owned by Mr. Schmitz, okay? So I'm just trying to give him an option.
Ms. Ness. Ms. Ness.
Commissioner Sullivan, I was answering the question exactly the way it was asked, but if, to clarify, supplementing the record the way you've suggested it through the route permit process and the plan and profile, that's a possibility. And in that way, you're able to vote and expand the route width, but the way we assess impacts, or did assess impacts in the EIS, is based on GIS data. So it can quantify everything in this area, and that has not been done for this expanded route width.
So just let me finish this line, okay? And this is critical. You needed to do that so that I could pick this route. What you did, the last part that you said, and you did do that. The record is absolutely complete. All of that was done, okay? And we've selected this route. Now I'm not trying to select a route. I'm trying to mitigate an issue, okay? And as you indicated, all of that information is going to come out in the permit process for this mitigation. Two different things. And by the way, this is what we've done on every single permit. So if you're saying I got to go back and supplement the FEIS, which I don't think is what you're saying, okay? If I don't have to supplement the FEIS, I have sufficient authority and sufficient information to create a mitigation for these basically three landowners, okay, who have complained profusely through the process, okay? And we will find out if there's any issues through the route permit process. And if there is, and they can't find one, a route that is less mitigation or is equal to mitigation with the landowners, it doesn't happen. And so the environment is protected. The people in this area are protected, and we've also done a very good analysis to choose this route because you have looked at within the 1,000 feet, and I compared that 1,000 feet to BS 10, okay, because BS 10 was the most likely alternative. And so now I've dropped it into these people's property. And so this is something we have done repeatedly. If somehow we're doing something wrong, guys, by looking at this, we've then done all of our permits wrong for the 10 years or 11 years that I've been here.
Okay, I want to hear from Ms. Brusvin, then I've got a thought too. Ms. Brusvin.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I think one way that we could work through this is my understanding of the intent is here to just provide more flexibility to work with Mr. Schmidt, which we appreciate. And what it does by widening the route width is that it gets us out of Section 3 that Commissioner Tuma of the route permit that Commissioner Tuma pointed out before, which is if you provided a route permit today that was just the applicant's preferred route at the 1,000 feet that goes through here, and Mr. Schmidt came back and said, man, this would be way better if you moved it 500 feet to the north, we'd have to go through the route modification process in Section 3, which is coming back to you in more steps. And what I hear Commissioner Tuma saying is let's avoid those additional steps.
Exactly.
We would instead be in that Section 4 of the route permit, which says that at the time that we put in the plan and profile alignment, based on the route that you have designated, if we are shifting and we need to show that shift has minimized the potential impacts, we would do that through the plan and profile, working with staff to do that. And so that flexibility saves a step of coming back here to the commission and would still provide the information that may not be, in a specific table in the FEIS today, but would be an opportunity for us to demonstrate in the record with working with staff at the plan and profile stage that shift does in fact minimize impact.
You say it so much better than I do, Ms. Reisman, and in such a classier way than I would ever do.
So here's what I hear there, is that, and how do we memorialize what you just said? We don't do Romanet 3 sub B then. We don't need to do that.
We do need to do it.
Chair Sullivan, I would recommend if we're going to expand the route within this area, we do Romanet 3B to expand the route with, so that again gives us more area in this particular region of the route to work with Mr. Schmidt. And then again, we don't have to do anything else because your permit already covers. If we move the alignment into this expanded area, we would provide information at the plan and profile stage to staff to show that we did that to minimize impacts.
So you do like a little mini, not a mini EIS, but what do you?
So Chair Sullivan, we'll file the plan and profile, which, as you guys know, is an extensive set. It's be a really big set of plans. In this particular area, we would probably provide a little bit of narrative to staff that says, hey, in this area, after talking with Mr. Schmidt, we used the expanded area that's part of the route width. Here were the impacts if we had stayed where we were, and here are the impacts of the change. They're roughly the same.
EIS, Ms. Ness or Mr. Kirsch, who wants to speak to this?
Chair Sullivan, I would agree with Ms. Bruceman. I think that's an accurate representation of how we've done this in the past and how we would do it in the future. I would just want to comment about studying in the EIS and that topic. When we characterize this area, we characterize the whole area. Commissioner Toom is right. The farmland, the land control, all of that. Ms. Ness is also correct that we look at regions of influence, right? So there are only specific, when we're looking at a route, there are specific things we're looking at within that larger characterization of what's here. So that's what the EIS is supposed to do. If you do put an expanded route within, we can go through the plan and profile process. It's not a mini EIS, but yes, we would look for human and environmental impacts to prove up that this is what the Commission's alignment, these are the impacts associated with it. We've actually been able to lessen them or be comparable with this alignment, and we do that on a regular basis through the Commission's process.
Okay.
That's exactly what
I think that is, and it does not make the EIS in any way inadequate if we have an expanded route width, because you have to come back and prove up that the alignment actually does that.
Okay, that's helpful to me. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So I need to learn more here. So if you don't approve expanded route today, when applicant is doing planning and profile stage, they cannot go outside, approve the routes. So we have to approve this expansion, otherwise they have to do minor alteration at that stage. So that's the two differences. If we allow this expansion today, then they don't have to do minor alteration. They can just do the plan and profile, and then they supplement any information we need to consider.
Commissioner Hom, that is correct.
Commissioner Partridge.
I have nothing to add. I think that was helpful.
Okay.
Like I said, I looked at the applicant. I want to give you, at the minimum, I want to give you 1,500 feet to the north of the existing route. Is that more comfortable than with the additional other stuff I added to there, trying to give you flexibility, or do you want both at this stage? I was willing to delete the second sentence of the Romanet 3B and just stick with the 1,500 feet to give that flexibility to get across to the other road.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I think your proposed modification to shrink it just along the southern part of what's currently an L on our map, I think that's reasonable.
And that would alleviate the concern that you have because it's within that space that you're worried about, Commissioner.
Okay, so I have a question. Let's say we do come to an agreement, or the applicants and Mr. Schmidt's come to an agreement and moves, and he's like, no, you got to put it over here. And we come back. I know you said, Mr. Kirsch, it's not a mini EIA, but we come back and we find out, oh, actually, we moved it over there, or we want to move it over there, and there is a burial ground there, or there is, you know,
Would reject it and it has to come back to us if they want to push it.
we wouldn't have that problem now, though. Or if there's, you know, because it's already been studied, it's already been looked at. Or there's some kind of, you know, it's a rare turtle, I'm looking at you, you know, DNR, like that, like, I mean, like, these are the kind of things that this granular analysis finds.
Those always exist even under the granular analysis because we even do that in 1,000 feet. And so that risk is there no matter what. So, I mean, Joe, we've been doing these for forever. I mean, this is a mitigation that makes sense. It saves landowners angst. It saves the applicant time. The staff would have to make a call at that stage.
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So one, just maybe I'm worrying too much, but making sure that surrounding landowners is properly notified and they are in the process of these realignments. Because we don't want to see third-party landowners show up and then planning profile stage. We have done that before and complaining about it. So please, if we are expanding this route, it wasn't informed by anybody to public yet. So after this proceeding, if we agree with this one, making sure that you include every landowner potentially impacted by, not just the person who was worried about his own impact, to making sure that we do not have any other complaint during the planning profile stage.
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, it's a good point, and one I think I just made a note. When the route permit is issued, our obligation under the route permit is to provide a copy of the route permit to everyone within and adjacent to the designated route. And so we'll make sure we're checking this area, I think just based on this very narrow spot and the wider, you know, the fact that we already have noticed folks within and adjacent, but we'll check this just to make sure that we pick up anybody else that wouldn't have been picked up in this particular area. I don't think we're going to find anybody, but we'll just do that extra set of diligence to make sure they do get a copy of the route permit. And I think, again, the intent here is the flexibility to work with Mr. Schmidt, so we'll make sure that we're confining our impacts.
Yeah, I want to emphasize, Commissioner Ham, like I said, when I go look at these, I try to keep it very narrow to those landowners who have complained. And so all these landowners are well aware of this issue. They're just not in a position during scoping to say, oh yeah, put it on my property, because they're still fighting to keep it someplace else.
Okay.
That's the struggle that you have.
Yeah, Commissioner Hom, I'm ready to move on, but yeah, Commissioner
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what I meant is not just checking the box doing the minimum. Please explain context of it. I think this is a very technical issue for the regular people, and we need to explain to public of context of it. And they may not understand if you just give these information to them. So that's why I'm asking you to do extra work for that.
Okay, so we have on that agreed, Commissioner Tuma, that we would leave Romanet 3B in, and we will remove the last sentence, starting with further all the way to Highway 12. Is that?
That's what I got.
Okay. Okay, let's see if we can pick up the pace here.
I think so. Applicant, Mr. Weiss, crossing the road, I just want to make sure. You indicated a number to me about the cost of crossing the road of like $7 million. Was that the total cost of that whole section, or the actual delta above how much more it would cost? And so that's the part I wasn't clear on what you said to me. And then are you supportive of the alignment adjustment?
Just make sure I have the right map in front of me. So Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, we are already planning with the alignment here to be on the north side of the road across from his property. And so the cost estimate we gave was for that segment, but there wasn't a delta change because we'd already assumed we'd be north of his property.
So you're already planning on that, and this is where alignment matters, Ms. Brusman. Is that alignment when I approve the first part where I say I approve the ALJ, I didn't see that in any of the maps that we were actually approving a route alignment on the north side of the road. So just confirm to me that the route alignment was, if I do just the preamble, adopting the ALJ, is the route alignment on the north side of the road.
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, yes, and we would be providing that back to you or back to staff in the more detailed zoomed in map that would be attached to the route permit.
That was not clear to me in reading the record. But so long as we're fine, then all we need to do in this section, you're saying to accommodate Mr. Weiss is just B Romanet 1. Is that correct?
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, correct.
Excellent.
So B Romanet 1 works, and we don't need to do your alignment shift because it's already been.
Already being done.
Okay. Now, Hancock subregion, I think that's, I don't know if there's a lot of.
Mr. Chair,
You got.
I'm looking to the applicant. I like D Romanet 2, and I'm willing to do Romanet 4 if they feel they need to cross the T's and dot the I's on the Sullivan expansion, which was not clear to me in the record.
I'm sorry, did we skip 7C?
Oh,
We
sorry.
did. I didn't think there was any.
No option. There's no option. I just wanted to make sure that if we're.
But slow
Yeah.
us down. I'm trying to go faster, Ms. Brusman.
But actually, Commissioner Partridge, did you have?
I'm just trying to keep up with where we're at. I
Okay,
have
sorry. I just didn't think there
full
was anything,
support.
and I just went too
You were-
fast on the
Nope,
Hancock.
you and
just
I were both
glazed over it.
we were both
Glazed over.
in the same spot. We,
Okay.
No, we were going in order, but we're skipping that one. I agree we can skip it. We were just both on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Then to the question from Commissioner Tuma on Commissioner Sullivan, on 7D, yes, we'd be Romanet 2 with that alignment of CAA 01. And then we do intend to, and believe with our prior discussion, you probably already adopted, but 7D Romanet 4 to make absolutely sure that that widened area at the Sylvie Slough is included.
Excellent. Now we're into White Bear Lake.
Before we do that, Commissioner Hom, Commissioner Partridge,
So which one are we picking?
we just did Cyrus subregion, Romanet 2 and 4, but I want to make sure, since we've all looked at the maps, but I want to make sure that we are informally taking a straw vote here.
Yes, and D2, I believe the landowner requested it on their property to get it off their neighbor's property. Thank you to that landowner. And then 4 was already in the record and I think just got missed, which was an expanded route width around Slovy Slough. Right? There we go.
I think we're getting head
Thumbs up.
shakes, nods, approval. Okay. Okay.
Bear Lake region, a little more complicated. Ms. Ness, you've looked at this quite extensively. I'm kind of leaning towards the recommendation that you had, which on the eastern route 1, as opposed to alignment. I've asked questions about cost and everything, and it just seems to get owly. And the more simple route seems to be, to me, to be E Romanet 3. Don't have to worry about the expanded route with you as yet, but let's just talk about your thoughts as we sit here today about White Bear Lake, not the White Bear Lake near us.
Ms. Ness.
Thanks, Commissioner Tuma. Our recommendations saw White Bear Lake 1 and White Bear Lake 4, but only with an alignment adjustment outside of the wildlife management area to be comparable in impacts and equally viable routes.
And then the way I saw it, Ms. Brusman, if I were to go with either, which is Romanet 2 or Romanet 3, that it starts to get a little expensive and a little complicated along an alignment adjustment next to that other property. And so I thought, just for the sake of simplicity, I thought Romanet 3 would be less expensive and not as impactful to the wetland areas and stuff that were there. And so that's where I'm leaning right now, but you tell me why you want to do something different if that's what you want to do.
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, the applicants still prefer the preferred route, which is White Bear Lake SR 04. And the reason is in part because of our coordination with both Fish and Wildlife Service and the DNR. So what we have here is a number of different resources. White Bear Lake SR 01 splits between, there's Fish and Wildlife Service land on the east, and then the DNR White Bear WMA on the west. And we have another crossing of Fish and Wildlife Service property on one. And so from a regulatory perspective, we know that will both add time and complexity, and we've got sort of all of those resources. On 4, while we still are in close proximity, we're west of that sort of collective set of Fish and Wildlife Service and DNR resources. And so for, at least our calculus was that was a way to minimize impacts. It's also one of the route alternatives that Fish and Wildlife Service recommended to us in our coordination. And so that's why, in strong part, why that's where we're at.
Ms. Bump, I was under the impression the DNR wanted the eastern route, so you have any insight for us?
Ms. Bump, when you get to the mic, if you could just introduce yourself for the record and answer Commissioner Tuma's question when you are situated.
Samantha Bump on behalf of the Department of Natural Resources. We have been in coordination with them. We initially preferred the third three, but we do accept 4. WBL SO3 was what we initially preferred, but upon coordination, we do accept WBL SO4.
4 or 4 is a route with expansion, so I'm confused here.
Nope.
Sorry. She's referring to
She's referring to the segment.
Route.
Yeah.
Route numbers.
Without the alignment adjustment?
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. You're right. I was wrong. Okay. So I'm tracking right now. DNR would support in the decision options E Romanet 1.
Yeah, correct.
Any thoughts?
Commissioner Partridge, Commissioner Hom.
And just so I Ms. Ness, you still would support the eastern route, the Romanet 3 or 2, right? Is that what I understood from you?
Correct.
Ms. Ness. Okay. Commissioner Partridge.
I wish I had better notes. Okay, I had in my notes that Romanet 2, which is also, I believe this is 7E in our decision, in the staff's decision options, that avoided a wildlife management area. So I was supportive of that, which I think is just a slight alignment shift, right, from the applicant's preferred route. But are you saying that that's, I'm sorry, can you remind me why you don't want to do that? Or, sorry, there's just.
Miss.
No, Miss Bruce.
Miss Bruce.
Okay.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Partridge, we're also fine with that alignment shift. I was just commenting, I think when Commissioner Tuma started, he was looking at the alternative 01, which is Romanet 3.
Okay.
And our preference is I, but I and 4 is also fine with that alignment shift. We'll study.
Difference between 1 and 2, I1 and I2.
Miss Bruceman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, the costs are similar, but the alignment, or the route alternative 04, and we didn't have a separate cost identified for the alignment, is slightly less expensive than the WBL SR 01. So we didn't separately, because they're so close, we don't have a separate cost for the alignment shift. Sure. We'll look at that in the design, but overall, the alternative 04 is less expensive than 01.
And the alignment shift, you're going to the west, so it would be further into a field, is my understanding. And so if the DNR is okay with the alignment now for the original route, that would seem to be less impactful, would it not, in that area, because we're not shifting into a field with the alignment shift. We're staying closer to the road. That was my impression of the route. Is that what you understand?
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, that's something we'd want to look at in our detailed analysis, just because of what else is in the area. But I think your existing route width would give us the flexibility to do both of those, and we would look at an alignment that would minimize those impacts.
Ms. Bump, did you have anything you wanted to add, or?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Sullivan. Oh, we would prefer it across the road from the WMA. That would provide more flexibility for management activities, which with the WMAs in this area, we do burning, and that creates safety concerns.
That's the alignment shift that I thought you were talking about, Ms. Ness, is that we would start the alignment on the west side of the road so that it's clear that that's where it's going to be, and stay out of the WMA and not put the alignment. Again, the alignment matters. So if you have any one of the landowners on the west side of that operation saying, no, we don't want it, it kind of blocks you, Ms. Brusman, so that alignment change would seem to be what you would want. And then if you can get the DNR to agree to put it on the other side of the road, you have that agreement. So I'm a little confused, because I'm open to this, knowing the DNR is comfortable with this more westerly route, but I'm trying to make sure that we don't put you in a box by selecting an alignment that you can't get into the field next to you.
Ms. Ness.
Yeah, I think a helpful clarification might be that this route was suggested during scoping. The person who suggested this route didn't realize there was an existing substation on the west side of the street. So to make it a viable alternative, we shifted the alignment to the east side of the street, which inadvertently put it in the wildlife management area. So I believe it's everyone's intent to avoid that substation on the west side of the street initially, and at some point move over to the west side of the street to avoid the WMA.
That would cause a crossover, is what you're saying? Is that?
Okay, so before my brain breaks here. I want to be clear that DNR is in favor of the applicant's preferred route with the align adjustment so that it stays away from the DNR area, correct? The wildlife management area?
Chair Sullivan, we prefer a different route, but we do accept that option.
You prefer a different route because it would just stay very, very far away from the wildlife management area. Got it. Understood.
You prefer
Understood.
3 is what you're saying then, but you're willing to work with 1. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So then, and fundamentally, the costs are pretty close to same. I mean, and to the point you made before, like this is the kind of stuff that washes out. I mean, to my mind, Commissioner Tuma, I'm kind of gravitating to 04 with alignment adjustment, I think, then. I don't know where you're at, but I don't know where others are.
I am almost agnostic on this one. I could go either way. Now I know what I know.
Commissioner Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Based on the record, there is some impact to U.S. Fish and Wild Service, and that they suggested the other routes, which is 04. So 01 was rejected by them and saying that go to the 04, so it has a less impact to us. And also EIS said there's a less human impact on the 01, even though 04 is following the existing routes. So am I describing correctly?
Ms. Ness.
Correct, Commissioner Hom.
Yeah, in that case, I prefer 04.
04. Commissioner Partridge.
Just to clarify, for Commissioner Hom, 04 with the alignment adjustment?
I mean, that, I think I'll leave that to expert. If alignment is needed, I think that's good because that's within the route we can do different alignments. So alignment is all up to the, in my view, our expert. But in overall, EIS is managing those environmental impact and human impact. So I focus on those. If we stay within, I think I can go either way.
And I think we would want the alignment adjustment. Again, alignments matter, and so if the neighbor to the west doesn't want it, it's kind of a block. So I think 2 is the best option from the DNR perspective, is the way I see it. But
which is what EIP is recommending.
Yep.
What EIP recommends, yes.
Commissioner Partridge.
I want to double check with the applicant, but I think we are actually all on the same page with this one, and agree with Commissioner Hom that just the route would give us, or give the applicant some wiggle room on either side of the road, but if we want to specify and want it on the west side, we could do that, and I think we all basically agree on this one. They are nodding.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Partridge, I'll verbalize my nod. Yes, we're in agreement.
We agree. We all agree.
And we don't have to do the next one, so we can skip that one because it doesn't make any sense if we
Okay.
follow that route. Southern region, this is the last, I think, hard one, okay? This is what I call the Lowry dilemma. And I'll just go to you, Ms. Rusman, right away.
Can we, okay, so we don't have to do the next one, meaning where are we
Where are
moving
we?
to?
We are in F.
Alexandria sub-region.
Alexandria subregion. Right. We didn't have to do these guys down here, okay. I thought you were skipping Alexandria, and I was like, what is he talking about?
No way. This is the fun part here.
Well,
I drove around this one. I almost ran out of gas. I tell you, there was.
wish you would have run a guy. Sorry.
I better fill up a little more here. Just for that, you got another 5 minutes there, Sullivan. This is one where we have a pinch point. There's no doubt about it. We got the city of Lowry to the east. We got the Lowry wetland to the west. You got about a half mile. Ms. Ness and I think one landowner, Ms. Johnson. This was the difficult one. When you get north of 55, this is Highway 55 here. The landowners are Johnson, Larson, Olson, Johnson. Okay, so it's a little challenging. But in the area from County Road 48, I think it is, or 28, I believe it is, the one where the light blue line deviates from. That's a Kalina. He owns most of that property. I'm 1/4 Kalina. Okay, so apparently this is a relative of mine. My grandma was a Kalina, and so I'm suggesting I make my relatives' lives miserable and go a diagonal line here, because I think there's some room here. But I'm very open. I agree with Ms. Ness' assessment and staff's assessment that the route to the east, the dark blue line, is preferable to the red line. We adopted a provision in the Mankato to Mississippi route where we actually have you go back and talk to the landowners to see if you can find an alignment that makes more sense. My understanding, Ms. Rusman, that the alignment that is the light blue line is about $3.5 million less. I don't think that's just wash out in the change there. And there's 4 landowners that would be impacted in that area, so to get a route width adjustment, getting all 4 of them to agree might be a challenge, but we could actually create a process where we have them go back and do a new alignment and find it here. So I like the route that's the light blue, but in alternative, I'm very open to a line that is the dark blue with an expanded route width for them to get a chance to talk to the landowners. I do not support the red line because it splits a field and literally almost goes over 2 houses and definitely goes over structures.
So,
So that's my assessment. Ms. Bruceman, I was going to throw it to you to see where your client is at this stage.
If you like to,
Sure.
I can also talk to that, but go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So to the extent that you spent a lot of time wrestling this particular pinch point, I think our project team probably spent 4 times that amount of time as between ASR 01 and this N9. So if we're tracking from the south north here, you're correct. The red line is obviously very close and crossing the Lowry WMA or near to it. Just east of the red line is a gentleman's home, which is adjacent to a hog farm where he's got at least some related interests. And then we do end up on the field line going north. What drove the applicants to that preferred route was that as you follow N9 across Highway 55, there are those homes that are right across the street from each other on 114. We originally thought that would be great because it looked like the property on the west was abandoned. Turns out they're actually building You can see on the aerials now that they've got an active construction site.
Not only active, it's almost finished. It just have
almost
the
finished?
garage to do. So
Perfect.
that's when I drove by it.
Okay. And so this was a close call for us as well. I think that's why you see the bump out behind the two residences in terms of on N9 to try to work through that. Since getting the information request from staff earlier, a couple weeks ago, we did talk to Mr. Kalina again. He is not in favor of a diagonal line. He was already not real excited about the project. A diagonal makes him less excited. So the process that you've outlined in terms of widening this route to go back and talk to him, we feel like we've already done that. We already know his answer. And so for us, I think it really does come down to an N9 or ASR 01. This may be one where we don't really, it was a tough call for us. Our preference is still our preferred route, but both are buildable. Both have some potential for impacts that are unavoidable. And we do think that there may be a chance on N9 to go behind those homes in a field line. One way or the other, this is a pinch point. It's sort of what makes your jobs difficult, and ours not easy either. But we do think as between those two routes, they're both viable. They just both have some impacts that we have to wrestle.
How about this? And I'm glad that you talked to Mr. Kalina. And I do know that there's two properties just north of the present alignment for N9. One is that related family that owns it, and then there's also one other property there. I don't know. It looks like somebody else owns that. So we could make a diagonal line from where the corner line is there across what seems to be related folks. And so maybe expanded route from the corner, not 28, but from the corner of, it's easily fixed in the decision option, so that we're just doing the expanded route with north of N9 across 55. Is that something the applicant would be open to?
Your diagonal line, is that you're talking about the diagonal line?
So take the blue route.
Yep.
And so where the blue route turns right,
yep,
goes east, just have the expanded route with that northern part above that, and not do the Kalina property, which is to the south. And that gives them flexibility to work with those landowners to maybe figure out a route that works.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, I think that does make some sense to us. We'd also ask if we're going to adjust that widened route width, if we could adjust it north of Highway 55 as well. Gives us some more flexibility around those homes that are right on 114, potentially.
So up to the river there, is that what you're thinking? Or?
Yeah, I think that would work well, just for a marker that we can all see and draw.
I like that idea. I think that's an excellent idea. So.
Okay, well, my question is like, I mean, if the applicant says they can do it, I am curious what the environmental review folks think. Ms. Ness, Mr. Kirsch.
Commissioner Sullivan, I don't think there's any issue with, we wanted to expand that route with and allow the applicants to talk to the landowners. As we discussed previously, if in fact the alignment goes through that area, they would have to come back at the plan and profile and demonstrate that it has impacts equal to or less than those that have been indicated in the
I think it's a great suggestion, so I'm looking to you guys. I'm ready to move on, but.
Commissioner Hom, Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. So N9 has a 6 home within the 1,600 feet. I think distance, and the other original one has only 3. And also N9 is using existing street, so less impact to the environment. And the other one is also crossing some wetland too. So that's why it is a bit, I'm debating this because if we allow some expansion of the route, can it address those human habitat impact on the N9?
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Hom, that would be why we would like to expand it north of Highway 55 a bit, just to see if we have some more flexibility there to reduce the impacts to those residences.
So as much as we can reduce to comparable to the original your preferred routes. Okay. Then I can support N9 with expansion of the routes.
Okay, so Commissioner Tuma, I mean, I was where my brain was at before. I don't know, Commissioner Partridge, do you have anything you want to add, or are you good?
For what it's worth, I also, through my review, supported the N9, and then the ASR01 with the route segment N9 included, and if the additional route width provides more flexibility, I think that sounds like a positive, so I would support the whole deal.
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Brusvin.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Brusvin, sorry.
Sullivan, just depending on how this carries into the next portion of the conversation, I just wanted to point out that not in this particular spot, but ASR01 also had the incorporation of N205. It wasn't specifically called. I just wanted to make sure it was called out as we look at our motion eventually.
I think it falls within the preamble. So yes, it's a good question.
I guess the heartburn that I have, Commissioner Tuma, is, I mean, I worry that, you know, the process has brought us this. Like the scientific analytical process has brought us this. And now we're tinkering, and I said before Nip Tuck, I know that. But I just worry we're moving a little bit outside of it, and I'm okay with Romanet 2, the ASR01 with N9, but then there's just this little, and I quite frankly, I'm having a hard time visualizing it in the map, and I just am like, okay, and I know the applicant says we can do it, but we have an EIS that has indicated certain things, and then
We have a process that lots of landowners come to, and so the landowner who has a dog operation there, the farmer who has the farm field there, the neighbor just to the north of them, the Miss Johnson whose field would be crossed and they'd have tile in it, have all commented and said, we like the blue route better. Okay.
Yep.
And
which I like better too. Which I agree. Like I like it better too.
So we're giving those landowners, all of them, again, remember my standard is make sure the landowners who are complaining are the ones that are involved in the discussion, and our permit limits it. It's very clear. Ms. Brusman put it more distinctly than I have. Our permit process will protect anybody who has any interest in that little hashed area that you're worried about. And again, this is like 0.25% of the route. Okay, so it definitely is a nip and a tuck. And so I hear what you're saying, and I know that some people were complaining and concerned about it around the shop, but this is pretty standard. This is standard good work. This is something that when we get out there, okay, the people who are involved in the process that we asked them to be involved in are going to be happy. Okay, I know Ms. Johnson's going to be very, very happy. Okay, so you know, that's the part that I think you need to be okay and comfortable that I'm not trying to do anything outside of the coloring of the lines. So,
Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I think also this was recommended by our EIP staff, right. Ms. Ness, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm fine with what was recommended by EIP staff, and I know how hard EIP worked on it. What I'm hearing right now, Commissioner Tuma, and this might just be because, you know, like I would not be a good air traffic controller because sometimes you miss like the plane that's over here, and that's real bad if it's a Delta or American or United flight. But in this case, like I hear you say, yeah, it's like you're like, they kind of like what I'm doing there, and I'm going to see if I can throw this in there. That's what I hear you doing here.
That's what I want to dissuade everybody here today.
Okay.
Everybody, please understand, when I go out and I look at these, and I know it puts you at a disadvantage, and I appreciate that you feel that way, but Joe, I would never, ever, ever put a proposal out there that I don't feel that these landowners are going to somehow not think that is going to be a benefit from them, and that is not informed by them. And I carefully look to make sure that we're not trying to do anything in this space that could be an Indian burial ground or a wetland or whatever. I'm trying to be very careful. And so I don't know where this impression came out that I'm just kind of going out there going, well, I don't care, I'm just going to do this. I'm not God, okay? I am not God, okay? So just dissuade yourself of that. I am a humble...
That really got under your skin when she said that.
It really did get under my skin. I am simply just a humble plaintiff's attorney from Northfield, Minnesota, that read a comment that said to me, this is probably something we should really consider carefully.
I know.
So,
Ms. Brisbane.
Sullivan, to the extent that it's helpful here, so as I understand it, hearing the sort of straw poll, the route permit would be issued for N9, but we'd have an expanded route width that would start where N9 diverges from ASR 01 on the south part, so where the blue line starts to go to the east.
Where
right?
it turns right, the 90-degree angle.
You got it. And then that expanded route width would be extended.
Right.
Across to the other side of Highway 55 up to the river, so that we have the opportunity on that particular pinch point to talk with landowners. The default would be that we are building the alignment on N9. And if, in fact, we're able to reach agreement that is either similar and to impacts or less impacts, then through our plan and profile process, we'd be able to present that and make the change at that point in time. So I do think from a kind of record standpoint, you're approving N9 fully in the record, landowners are fully informed of. And in this area, to Commissioner Tuma's earlier point, there's a lot of overlapping landowners, both on the south and north part of this pinch point, that have been part of the record. And
Where
part
is
of the
the highway in here? I can't,
55 is the diagonal line.
That diagonal, okay, yep, okay.
And there's a railroad there too.
Okay.
and by the way, Mr. Wire, thank you for talking to my relative and taking the extra time. That was very helpful, and I appreciate that.
Well, what are we, this is the problem with this, is like, what are we doing here? They're the same, they've come together, they've converged at that point. Like, why, what's necessary? I don't, like, the lines have converged there already after the highway.
You could have a less expensive route.
Oh, if you just went, instead of doing the bump out, you just go straight?
Or
I got you,
do an
okay.
angle,
I got
because
you.
they
Okay.
got two 90-degree angle posts, which are extremely expensive.
Ms. Ness, Mr. Kirsch, I'm just,
Chair Sullivan, I don't have any comment.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that you've captured what Ms. Brisbane said. It looks like two with the language
we need
she
to
just spoke.
I'll take a break before we do a final.
So just so
decision.
we capture that, because I think it sounds like I'm not as familiar with this area as Ms. Ness is, but it sounds like folks are agreeable to expanding it north of the river, and if that's what everyone's in agreement, let's write it down so we capture that.
okay, that's helpful. And Ms. Ness, I know you've worked extensively on this, worked very hard, you've worked with landowners. Do you feel like that, the work that you've done with landowners is not in vain? Do you know what I'm getting at?
Chair Sullivan, yeah, I think I heard Christy say the understanding is we would follow N9 and we would have that expanded route width for variability if needed. If that's true, yes, I no concerns.
Okay.
So I'm ready. I've been ready for a while.
You were ready when you were born.
I know. I was ready before. I think my mom complained I was ready before I was born. So.
Okay, so that is.
We'll need to take a break before I do a motion.
So that, but just to be okay, so.
Romanet 2,
Yep,
Romanet
4.
2.
And Chair Sullivan, that is also staff's decision option 7F with just an expansion. So it's
there.
in both places, yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And then we won't need to do TUMA 9C. So we're left with just G. And here's my thinking on G, okay? You have some of these, okay? Number 4 is just expanding the one that you had and taking it all the way up to the power lines to move it a little further away from that house over there. 3 is only just doing the same distance on the south side of the road, okay? And 2 was in response to one landowner to the in there that owns some property that the line went right by, and then 1 is the guy who wanted it not near his hunting hunting, what do they call them? Stand, I guess. I can tell you, I'm open to any one of these. I just was trying to give you some more space, but I also will not, none of these I'm going to die in the sword on for. So I want to know from the applicant, are any of these of benefit to you? If you don't think it's of a benefit to you, I don't think we should do them.
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan and Commissioner Tuma, based on the conversation today, I think similar theme, flexibility is okay. I don't think in this situation we identified any of these as a need for this expanded area, but along the lines of the earlier conversation, we would plan to build on ASR 01 if our landowner communications in this and final micrositing as we work through this were to identify something with lesser or similar impacts, we would bring that forward in the plan and profile portion. I would note, like, even the Romanet I, right, I think I see you coming back up to a road. There's 3 homes there, which is why we avoided that particular area before. So I don't think we would be using this expanded area, but I don't think it does any harm either, because I don't think we'd be providing you a route in that area.
Only thing that I could imagine there, Ms. Brusman, is that the landowner who owns it lives on the south side of where the line would actually run. Maybe they would like it to take it diagonal so that it's further away from their home. You know, it's, again, I'm not them, and I kind of joked about the guy with the hunting shack or whatever, with a tree stand. It would really be, to me, what the landowner who actually owns that land, if they want it just a little bit further away from them, and they're not concerned about the field. That's what I was thinking. And then there's a little bit of room then to work to the north is all I was imagining. And there was almost all those landowners commented in the process. Certainly just didn't want it there. I get that. But so what I'm hearing from you, Ms. Brusman, is that you're okay with the way it's drafted. And like I said, I could do any modifications and take any one of them away if you don't want them.
Ms. Brusman.
Chair Sullivan, Commissioner Tuma, I don't think we have a compelling reason to take any one away. I don't think we also have a compelling reason to put any one of them in, so we're at a sort of no harm.
Harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul.
So, Commissioner Tuma.
I'm inclined to give more flexibility in this space because it was pretty tight and there was a lot of landowner comments, and so it's just one where coming out of the substation was close, and I could see landowners maybe wanting it in their backyard as opposed to the front yard. At least that's what the landowner right next to the substation said in the record. So again, it's on the route. The route is I think permittable. I think the route that Mr. Wires and his team put together is an excellent route, and I don't feel a need to change it. But here's areas where I could imagine that somebody might want it changed. I mean, I would, if I were a betting man, I would bet that maybe we would move this route probably a couple spots in here, but not a lot. So, but I wanted to give that flexibility. And I think the township even asked for a little flexibility here. I think you were responding to the township, and it was pretty close, particularly the modifications I have to the north of the red line were all things that the township asked for. And so I was just expanding it a little further north to give a little more room for one residence. So this is stuff that the township asked for. This is not, this is not out of the blue, but I thought if we're expanding the route with here, and there's other people complaining to the south where the red line goes south, I thought we'd just give a little more flexibility to see how it could play out.
Mr. Wires.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Commissioner Tuma, you are correct. Lake Mary Township has been a stakeholder in this process that we've had multiple meetings with, and this expanded route width, I think, will give us some opportunities for further discussions. Thank you.
I'm ready.
Are you guys, Commissioner Hom?
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. I'll be a little more cautious than that. I think, once again, with the caveat that you need to engage with a lot more people than just impacted, particularly if you decide to deviate from your preferred routes. I think you have to find people who will be negatively impacted from this deviation, and they should be in the conversation. Otherwise, flexibility can be a nightmare for different people.
That is ultimately my worry, is that, and I totally appreciate flexibility and helping people out, but I worry, we've got a route. and we got to land the plane, you know, and I'm not, so from my, you know, a little flexibility, you know, means that I'm worried that, you know, a bunch of people who didn't think they were going to be impacted now think they're going to be impacted. And then, you know, it could be like in Minnesota Power, Otter Tail line a couple years ago, where those folks thought they might lose their house, you know? And I know you were doing that for the right reason, but it just like, this is what worries me. This is what sticks in my stomach, that I can't talk to you privately about, so I have to talk to you publicly about it.
And here's where I'm at when I look at this route and I look at the work that they have done, particularly here, where they're reaching out and working with the township and the landowners. I'm not worried about the two concerns that you just both laid out, because I know Otter Tail is going to work with them. I know the local utilities are going to work with them. If this was, you know, a private developer, I might have a little bit different concern. But what I saw on this whole route, and I think what should be very clear to you, Ms. Ness, and to Mr. Wires and your team, is when I suggest an alternative, I'm not critiquing you and saying you didn't do your job. I'm saying thank you for doing your job and letting me see maybe some options to make it a little bit better. That's all. After we've taken all the comments, that's my job to try to figure that out and try to help out. So I don't see this by any means. Don't take it any means as I'm saying, gee, you didn't do your job and that it needs to be better. It's just you've done your job, and I trust you, and I trust that you're going to do a good job to make this happen. And there's some pinch points. I know I obsess on the pinch points, but I obsess on them for, I think, reasons that are founded in the record and are trying to help the applicant continue to do the good work they've done so far. And I know this isn't easy. I've been on the other side of this. Okay, I've represented people whose property has been condemned, not in a utility setting, but in a road setting. And so I know how difficult and how challenging it is to get out there and have those conversations. And it all goes back to where I started this conversation today is we have to do this. We have to make the tough decisions because this is a necessary route. And so I'm just trying to make sure we can do it in a way that really respects and works with those landowners that are impacted.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hom.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan. Yeah, based on my reading of the whole application and other things, applicant did a great job. I think I was expecting a lot more controversy and concern by landowners and local opposition. But given what I read, I think I gave the 100% credit to the applicants. Even though it is under the old statute, you did a great pre-application process. I think that's why we have a better route in this case. That's why I'm comfortable agreeing with expanding the route, even though I had a concern with the one's flexibility becomes the other's nightmare, because you have done good job. I'm sure that you will do good job for that part too. That being said, you have done great job for 99%. If you miss one, at this stage, everything will be different. So hopefully go back and do the exactly same thing what you did 2 years ago. Engage with the people and make sure that if there is anybody negatively impacted from your new decision, engage with those people.
All right, you need 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yep.
Commissioner Partridge, did you have anything that you wanted to, before we break there?
Well, I can do my final statement as well, which is this was a lot of work. This is over 100 miles through the middle of Minnesota, and you dealt with so many different obstacles and landowners and considerations. And then you dealt with all of us who made this especially painful because we came in a little bit confused, maybe a little bit tense about, you know, modifying and the approach we were going to take. I think it shows that we really care, and it shows that we don't get to talk to each other. But I do want to say thank you. These are such important projects, as Commissioner Hom stated. They're so critical for the region, and we are grateful to all of you that work on these, our staff. Jenna did a wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bump. And truly, I do want to say, you know, thank you for all of the hard work that you put in and for sticking with us through this very long conversation. So I think it's just a good job. Thank you.
All right, we'll be back at 2:40.
Sam and Olivia, I need you.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, Commissioner Tuma, do you have some new language that we can see?
I think we can work from what we have started from here, so I'm trying to get to. So just so we have context, here's the motion.
And you're working from which decision
I'm
options?
working from staff's decision options, but then we'll shift to 7 when we get to 7.
Okay. So page 21 and 22 from the briefing papers.
Correct.
Okay.
And so it is 1, 2, 3. And we shift to the 7 ones. Here's what I'm doing. So we're working now from TUMA revised 7. And I'm only going to move the actual revisions. Everything that is the applicant's preferred route is included in the preamble where it says the ALJ's report along with route recommendations by the ALJ. So here's the only modifications that I'm offering. A, Ruminant 3, B, only the first sentence. D, Cyrus sub-region.
Don't you have to do Romanet 3 sub A as well?
No, because that's the preferred route.
Okay, yep, oh yeah, that's in the A, yep.
Very good question.
Okay,
And then, okay, so A, Romanet 3B.
got it.
The second one is D, Romanet 2. And nodding the I's and crossing the T's, Romanet 4, which is the Sullivan Sioux. We renamed it now. Then E, Romanet 2. And then here's where I think Miss Kaler should have some language. We're going to do F, Romanet 2, and new F, Romanet 4. I'm going to slow down here and make sure Ms. Brusman has a chance to confirm it says what we agreed to. So wait for Ms. Kaler to get this up. This is that expanded route width in the NI Lowry area. No, I think, no, that's right. It was right.
Ms. Brusman?
Still here for the reading. Just a second. one is the Little Chippewa River, if that's helpful to clarify. And then I just want to make sure that when we're talking about the expanded route width, that 1,000 feet covers us from N9 all the way over to the route width that.
I believe it does, but I'm
just thinking with the bump out, whether that gets us all the way over there. Does that make sense?
Between the two routes.
Yeah, that I think would be cleaner between the.
Instead of 1,000 feet.
Instead of 1,000 feet, to expand route segment N9 between ASR 01 and N9 to the west. North of the N9 route to where it deviates, and then up to the Little Chippewa River. I think that works.
I think it does, but it's better to be accurate.
In the days of GIS, it's that accuracy is hard to map in my mind.
That accomplishes, I think, what I was intending. Any questions on that one? Not. And the other one would be G, Romanets I through I. So all four of them. Again, for the record and for when you're putting your map together in 2 weeks, that's meant to be expansive of your route. So for some reason my route happens to be a little smaller by chance because I drafted it. Whatever is the more expansive. I don't feel I need to put the language in there on the. Now back to staff briefing papers. We'll do 9, A and B. 10.
Commissioner Tuma, could I ask just one clarification? Just based on the way that the language is written, when we're at F Romanet 2, we also just make sure that we've added N205. I know it was part of the preferred route, but given that it's stated as a modification, I just want to make sure that that's included there.
Did you get that, Ms. Keller?
No, it would. Yep, F Romanet 2, just with the addition of N205.
That was part of the preferred route. There's nothing unusual there, so that was.
All right.
Could we see
Mr.
that?
Wires, you want to see it? Yeah.
Chair
I
Sullivan,
think Ms.
yes.
Kaylor is working on it right now.
Okay. Sorry.
Commissioner Partridge.
Thank you. I just have a clarifying question. So, to what Mr. Weir was saying, you're saying staff's original G, which was the ASR 01 with N5 and N205, is what you're needing. Plus, then we have the expanded route information above 55.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. I think it's included in the preamble, but it's included.
Okay.
Dotting T's and crossing I's.
Okay, could we see the expanded route width again when she has it? I just want to make sure that we're catching the language on directions appropriately. Yeah, and that may eliminate confusion later.
I want to make sure that Ms. Nest or Mr. Kirsch, that you're comfortable.
No, I don't think this is the one here. I think it's the one from Lowry language. Yeah.
It would be what Commissioner Partridge was saying was staff's 7G had N205 and N9 both called out.
Yeah.
We were just trying to make sure that that was the case in this motion as well. But I think it's under Commissioner Tuma's
7F.
F Romanet 2.
Language that.
Okay.
So right now, right where your cursor is, you could delete that first west right at the cursor, because we're just starting. There we go. Then I think we've got it.
I did predict to our staff that you would probably
Mr. Kirsch, Ms. Ness, are we?
out there, so thank you.
You have
Commissioner Sullivan,
concerns?
yes, we're fine with the motion.
Okay. All right. Is the motion clear? Do we need to repeat it one more time or no? All right. Well, thank you to everybody for the work we've done here today. Thank you, Commissioner Tuma, for the time you put into it. I do appreciate it. I really do. And thank you, Commissioner Hom and Commissioner Partridge. I think that it's been a good conversation. I will say that, this is the final leg of the LRTP Tranche 1 projects. And I think Minnesota's utilities should be applauded for your work on this. These are critical lines for our state, for the reliability for our state's future growth. And you've stepped up, and not just here, but in all of the forums where it matters. So at MISO, here, at FERC, everywhere, and I appreciate that work that you've done. So it's actually a pretty big day to get this landed, right? Yes. Commissioner Hom, as somebody who's worked on this for longer than all of us. I am very glad to see that we have, at least from the permitting side, landed the plane, and now it's on to construction, and then we can get the lines energized and doing what they're intended to do. So, Commissioner Hom, did you want to say anything, or you're good? Anybody else? Okay. With that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. The motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And with that, our agenda meeting is concluded. Thank you.
Before 3 o'clock.